Good morning. How are we looking? Good. Connection's good. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I hate winter. It's getting into less than single degrees at night now, and I actually had to turn the heater on today because it was like real cold in the morning, which is kind of crazy because like during the week it was colder, but I think because I had to be up, like I was moving around and I wasn't as cold, but like, yeah. So the seasons go. And as the seasons go, so does time. Something, we're playing a new game. Hi, Mina.
Hi, Warfy.
Have you ever had a segue, like, evaporate underneath you mid-sentence?
Oh, like a narrative segue. Sorry, for some reason my brain immediately went to the scooter, and I was like, "Are you riding exploding scooters?"
It's kind of, yeah. That was the joke. Because I'm just imagining myself like, yep, this is going perfectly fine, and then just, where did my scooter go? It was right there.
Nothing bad ever happens to the Warfies.
Oh yeah. But hey, a new game. Another process of figuring out who's going to be what characters in that. Although, because we have been here before, where I took on the role of, and we may not get to this today because we're doing case one, which usually is like the intro. Like I'm expecting I don't know what the country we're going into is analogous to, and I'd probably, let that just play out. Oh no, sorry, you mentioned Tibet? No.
It's like a mix between Tibetan and like Indian / like Southeast Asian culture.
Got it. Yeah, okay. Alright, I wasn't imagining
like,
things then.
The actual geography and architecture of the country are very Tibetan, but some of the cultural practices are kind of like blur the line between Hinduism and Buddhism.
Oh, interesting.
Despite Koreanism as a religion being like more like a Shintoist faith, I don't know.
Yeah, like unless like, and I don't know if it's going to explore it, but I'd be interested to see like whether that Koreanism is like, oh, how do I want to compare this? Kind of like the difference between Catholicism and like basically like, yeah, kind of like they're both under the umbrella, but maybe like what's happening in this country or the sub oh god, I did like a year of theology in high school. I should remember these fucking words. Not sect. Whatever. The branch. We'll go with that. The branch of Koreanism in this area is actually, leaning more into the ones you said as opposed to our initial exposure to it, which is, like you said, a lot more based in Shintoism.
Yeah, like it's very Buddhist in that they're like the central figure of Koreanism is the Holy Mother, who, like the Buddha, they believe is someone who really did live and truly did possess like great spiritual power. And a lot of their practices are like based on her teachings, except with the wrinkle of there's actual like observable mysticism involved, and some of their myths and legends are pretty much taken right from Hinduism with the names changed.
Right. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. This is definitely going to be me out of my depth in terms of the cultural and theological side of things, because yeah, like, you know, high school in Australia, surprisingly, doesn't teach you much about Hinduism, Shintoism, or anything like that. It was mainly studying Catholicism from the lens of theology because I was in a Catholic school.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I think this game does get a little bit messy geopolitically sometimes. Thankfully, not enough to like kill it, but I am looking forward to the conversations we're going to have about Korean, both as like a culture and as a religion.
Yeah, like I don't doubt, like this is the Japanifornia world. Like I'm kind of expecting we're stepping into another hodgepodge of a couple of different cultures and or like you're not on? You're not on. Okay, there we go. Well, actually, no, not load game. We're doing a brand new thing. Oh, that's good. Is that just a reinterpretation of the original?
Yes, this is the original like first game's objection theme remastered.
Interesting.
Apollo's objection theme in this game is also just the original 2007 Apollo Justice objection theme remastered.
Gotcha.
Athena's theme is also remastered, but I'm not such a big fan of it, to be entirely honest.
Oh, interesting.
And I love the kind of magical girl vibe it has in Dual Destinies. They go a lot harder on the electric guitars in this one. I feel like it kind of doesn't feel as whimsical.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting instrumentation choice because, and again, this is a kind of thing where like there being less gives you more room to read into it. Like when the instrumentation is limited to, you know, a DS cart or no, a GBA cart, and then, you know, whatever the DS can fit on it. You end up with a familiar sound font. you have like a consistent, or only one way of really building a certain vibe, but when you bring in instrumentation, the instruments you pick are going to be very important and can actually throw out that vibe, even if like the tone and all of that is identical, because instruments have different tones and vibes by themselves. So I'm like, if this is and I mean we had a lot of, oh yeah, there's the electric guitar again. Well, actually, no, sorry, that's a
it's like synth kind of.
Yeah, no, that's a synth. Sorry, I was thinking keytar, and my brain went, yeah, electric guitar, but another part of my mind is like, no, that's not what that is. What are you talking about? You listen, you live on metal, you dipshit. What are you talking about? Alright. For context, because I see we have another special episode, where is that going to fit into this?
Thankfully, this game is entirely chronological. Everything happens in order 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DLC. Super easy.
Awesome. Cool. What a luxury.
what a revolutionary concept.
I know, right?
A game happening in the order that you play it.
Damn. I don't have to think about the timelines that are going on. It's like, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Uchikoshi fan says, thank God this is in chronological order. All right, let's get
I
started.
mean, you say that, but Uchikoshi's latest is in such chronological order. Your days are literally numbered.
That is true. That is very true.
If you're, by the way, if you're listening to this either live or on VOD, please fucking buy 100 Line. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. Tokyo Games needs your support. Buy this game that might be your game of the year. It's my game of the year. We're less than halfway through the year, and I'm like, the only thing that has a chance of topping this is fucking Deltarune. Like, it's that good. Please play it. I'm begging you.
It's in my library, and now I need to think about when I'm actually going to play it, because there is zero chance I cannot talk about Danganronpa playing that game, and that would mean locking out Luca for an eternity.
Yeah, because like, I honestly, as much as I would fucking adore to voice these characters with you, like, don't stream this game. It'll take you so long to finish it. Just play it on your own time. Enjoy it.
I was also thinking that too. Like, I haven't gotten a feel for the, like, how long to beat yet, but that is a consideration I need to make anytime I start a game now.
So I'll fill you in.
Okay.
I just got my first end. So the way the game is structured is everyone has to get the first ending first, right? And then after that, it branches out, and you can do like you unlock the Uchikoshi flowchart. I just got my first ending 40 hours in. You play through the length of an entire like Zero Escape game before the game opens up. The real 100 line starts now, you know?
Oh my god.
And I'm usually I hate that. Like when I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition, and you hit the 15-hour mark, and like they're like, oh, the real Dragon Age Inquisition starts now. I was like, I don't really feel like this. But I guess it's different because this is so VN. Like, it's obviously building to like it's mostly narrative focused, and it really builds upon itself super well. It is arguably one of the most ambitious games I've ever played in that regard. And I think the promise of, another 50 hours of really enticing story is better than another, 30 hours of RPG gameplay for me. But I'm weird. Yeah. I'm so weird.
No, I'd probably be there with you, honestly. Like, I mean, shit, I just played through Final Fantasy 16. Like, we're talking about RPGs that probably overstay their welcome a bit too long. It's like, yeah.
But yeah, if you play that game even off stream, please message me with your thoughts. I would love to discuss this game with you, and I need to gush about how much I love my sweet daughter Moko Majira.
Yeah.
She is like
rich shithouse of a woman.
They reached into my fucking brain to create this character.
Design alone, they really did. Like, that was actually incredible. Yeah, I'm gonna be a little time off of actually playing it, because I want to think about, like... honestly, I want to gauge what Luca's thinking in terms of approaching Danganronpa. Like, if that's not going to happen anytime soon, I'll probably just go through it. But if she's thinking, like, of doing it at all soon, I might be like, okay, I can sit on this for a while before playing it. Because I would also love to... I'd love to be in a position where if I do end up streaming it, not necessarily both of you on stream if you're not feeling it, but, like, being around and in chat for it in case you can, because, like...
Yeah, I mean, if you are streaming it, I want to be there, because I have been annoying my wife with impressions of these characters ever since we started playing it.
Awesome.
I'm literally polishing my impressions of them.
Hell yeah. No, that sounds good. Yeah, it's a ways off for me. It is in my library, though. Like, I spent money on that, because, like...
Bless you.
Listen. Cullen, Redbard, Liam, someone else whose name is slipping my mind right now. All of them were saying really good things about it, and I'm like, okay, fair enough. And when you started talking highly about it, I was like, okay, well, that's it. It's gone. It's done.
Yeah, like, I need to explain to everyone, this is not just, like, hype talking. Like, I was not excited for this game. When the trailer came out, I was like, we'll see. I wasn't so big on Raincode.
Yeah.
I might be kind of getting tired of the the Kodaka formula. And then I heard that Uchikoshi was also co-writing it, and I sat up a little bit more. But I was like, I'll wait to reviews. And then reviews were glowing. Like it's one of the best reviewed games of the year so far. So I was like, okay, I'll buy this. I'll see what's going on. And that's been my life ever since. We, like Alcesti and I, have not watched any TV or movies like at home since starting it, because all free time together has just gone to playing this game. And when we're not playing this game, we're fucking discussing this game. It's so good.
Okay, well, there you go.
Without giving anything away, I think this game fixes Uchikoshi's biggest problem as a writer. Like, you can tell the parts of this game that Uchikoshi writes, they're amazing. But like that aside, Uchikoshi's pedigree aside, the parts that Kodaka wrote force him to fix his biggest weakness as a writer, which is, this is not a death game. You're stuck with these characters for the entire way through.
Yes.
You have to write them to be more than like two-dimensional caricatures.
Yeah.
And that works really well. Like it's so amazing how when the game starts, they feel like caricatures. Everyone feels like a one note, like this is the whole character, in a nutshell type of thing.
Yeah, it's like, I stepped into Danganronpa again.
Yeah. But then the further you go on, the more the layers get peeled back, and it reveals their hopes and dreams and insecurities and quirks and whatever, and it just becomes so much more. I
don't know why I never thought. I don't know why I never thought about it before, but like literally a Danganronpa game where you have asides that are written by Uchikoshi in terms of that, like, just almost entirely shooting the shit, but like there is actually still narrative purpose to some of it, and it kind of just zooms by unnoticed. Well, not unnoticed, but like the narrative progression versus the actual conversation doesn't stick out like a sore thumb as much as in Danganronpa.
Exactly, yeah. Like, the Danganronpa is that the characters who die, like, early, like, chapter 1 or 2, by design, are going to have less depth, because they're not around for very long.
Sure.
Like, I love the culprit of Case 2 of the first Danganronpa game, because it is a character who is an archetype that I really enjoy, but you would not be able to get, any sauce they have would have to be extracted with an industrial juicer.
Yeah.
Like, Hundred Line has a character who's basically the exact same as that character, but you get to spend 40 hours with them, so you get to really appreciate how much depth they have beyond just the archetype.
Is Case 2 the workout room?
The workout room, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I was thinking of the right one. Yeah.
I cosplayed that motherfucker. I am like one of the world's biggest stands for that character, but even I were like, yeah, there's not much to them.
Yeah, like that was honestly the correct character to kill off. Because like yeah, after that it's like, where do you go from there? And I mean, they took a direction with that was Anyway, we're not talking about Danganronpa today. Ace Attorney, go.
Ace Attorney, go.
On the western edge of the Far East.
Is this the same video we watched?
No,
it's not.
This is different.
Country of spirit mediums and mystery. The kingdom of Kurayu. But now, the flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole. But things like revolt and revolution were the furthest things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
I forgot he's voiced by Alphinaud's voice actor.
Yeah. Good old Sam Teddy, Persona 4 Regal.
It was Teddy! God, I didn't even remember that.
Golden Teddy, to be specific. Vanilla P4 Teddy was voiced by Dave Wittenberg.
Got it.
of Digimon fame.
Here in Kurain, death is not the end. Even after death, the soul lives on in the Twilight Realm. And priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. Fear not death. In the name of the Holy Mother. Fear only the impurities of your soul. And this urn that I have. So we've got another one of these.
Yeah.
Split on my soul. I'll have the child take the blame.
Do you want me to voice this guy? So, cause since I'm assuming you'll be voicing both Phoenix and the prosecutor.
Is the prosecutor of this case the prosecutor?
It's a prosecutor you've expressed interest in voicing, so.
Okay, got it. That sounds good. It sounds like there's going to be multiple prosecutors. One thing I do notice immediately is that Kurain and Kurain,
Yeah.
different spellings, obviously slightly different pronunciation. But yeah, that could give credence to like a Kurain being part of the same umbrella as Kurainism, or whether there's a distinction between that. Maybe Kurainism is the... You know what? I should let the game line that out. Oh, not the yak. Whew. I'm finally here. So, this is the Kingdom of Kurain, huh? What a long trip. Wonder how many hours I was in the air. But just look at this place. Fucking Phoenix the tourist. Get a load of this street. It really feels like I'm in another world here. Parallax. My gorgeous temple. I read that's the center of town. Conspicuously 3D rendered child in front of us as well.
It's like when one book on a bookshelf is animated differently in an old cartoon.
Yeah. The one boulder in the Dragon Ball Z scene that's accurate, a lot more sharply drawn.
Yeah.
Wow, an ox right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. Phoenix, no. Why would you do that? Don't fucking flash photography in an animal's face, you dipshit.
Excuse me, sir.
I wonder what kind of bird that is. Never seen anything like it. Fucking thing looks like... I was about to make a joke, it looks like a Pokemon, but honestly, that could be like an alternate version of, Well, actually, no, it's got the Volcarona, kinda...
Like, yeah, like the plumage?
Plumage,
like the
yes,
petals,
thank
kind
you.
of?
Yeah. You know, I was thinking of Talonflame, and I was like, no, that's the wrong color scheme, but, yeah. That's quite a crest on its head.
Excuse me, sir.
What? Oh, yes?
Pardon me, but are you Mr. Wright?
Oh, no. Shiver runs down Phoenix's spine. Why do you know my name? No, not again. Don't tell me I'm getting sucked into another video game. Yes, that's right. Oops. He hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. Wait a minute. Are you...
That's right. I'll be Urgai, at your service. Get fucking used to it. Every Kurain name is like this.
I have seen exactly one frame from the Phoenix Wright and Leighton crossover, and that person has the last name Carmine. No,
Carmine Accidenti.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't the last name. Carmine Accidenti, who ends up in a fucking car crash. Oh, I gotta say though, the fact that they have been able to pull this off with like multiple kind of like cultural, like naming conventions and languages for different cultures is kind of impressive. I did not read it that way, but the second you did, I was like, oh, that's we're still doing it.
People thought the dub invented this, but no, the Japanese version is just as blatant. Like this is an example of the dub managing to faithfully localize the intent behind the Japanese names.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a monk in training at Tempule Temple, and I'll be your guide around town.
Shut up.
It's very nice to meet you. Hapiraki.
Happy what now?
Hapiraki. That's how we greet people here in Kurain. It's like, hello, or how do you do? It's a pretty handy expression to know.
Okay, let me give it a try. Hello? Sorry, go on.
Becoming cognizant that the voice I immediately jumped to for him is just Ash Ketchum.
I can see that. It's the hair in the back. It's the hair in the back that does it for me. You take that hat off and he looks his hair just appears like that. Hello, I'm Phoenix Wright. Hapiraki. My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Well, that's what I do back home, anyway. Right now, I'm just a traveler, a stranger in a strange land. Oh, never mind.
Welcome to our country.
It's the hair tie. I know you. I know. I know who you are, child.
Welcome to the Kingdom of Kurain, land of spirit mediums and mystery. This is for you. To celebrate your arrival.
This is cute. Speaking of mystery, what is this mysterious green lump exactly?
Allow me to explain. This is a famous Kurainese sweet bun. It's called a magatama, or soul bun. It's shaped like a magatama. It's so yummy it'll send your soul right to the Twilight Realm.
Wait, hold on a second. Phoenix cuts to a page. Wait, doesn't that mean... are you implying it'll kill me? That doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Thanks. I think I'll indulge later.
That'll be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage.
Ah, Phoenix. Oh,
hustler.
Yeah, yeah.
Fun fact, this has happened to me before.
Oh, yeah?
So when I was in high school, I won like a lottery to go on a trip to France with the school as part of the 75th anniversary of Canada's liberation of Normandy.
Oh, okay.
And we stopped in Paris for like one day, and I went to this like this really cool little like village on a hill called Mont Royal. But while I was there, a dude walked up to me, put like a bracelet on my wrist, and then said 10 euro.
Jesus Christ. To a child. Jesus Christ.
To a child, yeah.
Teenager child.
I was gonna dispute that, but no, high school is very much still a child.
Yeah. Sorry, yeah. I someone who's less younger than 18, like that's crazy to me. Like they would need their legal guardian for most things. Like Jesus Christ.
It's an excellent scam though. Here, take this. Okay, I've given you the thing. Pay up.
Yeah, exactly.
I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you want any more.
Oh wait, I don't think I read Phoenix's line. I have to pay? Nope. No wonder his bag looks so heavy. It's stuffed with all the tools of his trade.
Oops, I forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. She can't come see you for a few days yet.
No. Alright, well, she can be here spiritually then. I need to go and find a, older version of her in that same pose, so when she appears, we can update it. Yeah, when I called her from the airport, she said she was still training up in the mountains. I told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I was glad to hear she's in good spirits. Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. Oh.
Flashbanged.
Yep. Think fast, Chuckle Nuts. I came all the way out. She would say that too. I came all the way here to celebrate the end of her ascetic training with her. I'll be. This is my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you. Okay?
I got it, sir.
Wait, I didn't say I'll be your guide. Wait, didn't you just say... No, that might... Yeah, you said I'll be your guide. It's like, yep, that's my name. So you're my guide. No. Wait, what is your name? there's a fucking who's on first base there.
I saw an incredible exchange on the Court Records forum way back when this game first came out.
Mm-hmm.
That was like, when this character was named and thus like the theme naming of Khura'in was revealed, someone was like, "Oh my god! Like, if you name your child, I'll be your guide. Isn't that kind of marking them to be like a tour guide for their life?" And someone said, "Shut up, you fucking motherfucker! English people are still naming their kids Cooper or Baker or whatever. You don't get to fucking comment on this."
Yes. Yeah, no, like that's literally how English last names are formed. Like,
And a lot of first names too.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, there's a reason Smith is a pretty popular last name, and it's not because someone just thought that'd be cool.
Yeah. Any name that ends with an ER, yeah, you were marked from birth for that job. By that logic, idiot.
Yep, absolutely. Maya was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands.
Oh, shucks, she said that? That sure was nice of her. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit, too.
If there's one person Maya was worried about, it's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. That girl worries too much.
But you sure came early to the party, Mr. Right, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks.
Ugh. I hate to admit it, but I came early because I was worried about her too.
A line that does not make sense unless you've played the prequel. Or, sorry, unless you've watched the prequel, rather, with the prologue.
Yeah, like, because going from the last game to this game without that is just like, well, why were you worried about her, Phoenix?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know. I thought I'd get in a little sightseeing first.
Ooh, sightseeing? Well, I'm your man for that.
Good animation.
I'll show you all the best sights this country has to offer. Yeah, the animation is much improved over Dual Destinies.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more expressive, and the cell shading filter they've put over the models in this game makes them look a lot closer to the sprites compared to before.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. That would be great. I guess Albie takes his job very seriously.
Well, what are we waiting for? Those sites are going to see themselves.
Yikes! You don't have to shove.
First stop, Tempule Temple, right there in the center of town. There's something I really want to show you.
I guess all the places are going to be named like this too. Wow. It's even more impressive up close.
Allow me to explain. This is the heart of our town, Tempule Temple. It was created by the founder of Koreanism, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training right here at this temple to be a monk someday.
I read that the people of this country are all adherents of Koreanism. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of the Korean technique, not Koreanism. That's
right,
where I
the
was
channeling
confused
technique.
before. Yeah.
The Holy Mother was a great spirit medium who could commune with our ancestors' souls. And spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother.
The spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence.
The main thing you'll want to see while you come to Tempule Temple is the Dance of Devotion rite. The Dance of Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This dance, along with the Song of Ceremony, is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has the power to summon forth spirits from the Twilight Realm.
Oh no. Hold it. Slow down. Transparent windbag for 2 seconds. I can't remember all of that at once.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little overexcited.
Anyway, the main thing I got from all that is that you really, really love your country.
Well, that's sure true.
I like this kid. He pours his heart into everything he does. Reminds me a lot of my younger associates. Wonder why I'm a magnet for neurodivergent children.
Let's see. I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So I'll give you a special discount and only charge you 10 damas for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage.
God damn! I guess he pours his heart into aggressive salesmanship, too.
Come to think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country too.
Yeah, Phoenix, don't be hard on the kid for knowing what he's worth. Come on. Like, if we're going to engage in child labor, you may as well pay them well.
We stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother.
Really? An hour? I hope that counted as patience training.
And she seemed really interested too. She listened to my whole speech.
Huh. That doesn't sound like the Maya I know. It sounds exactly like the Maya you know, Phoenix. I'm sorry.
Miss Maya is so kind and nice. She treats me really well, like a little brother.
Okay, sorry. I know, like, that was... I know, like, in my head, I know that's a joke, but I should specify explicitly, like, yes, that is a little different from the Maya he knows. But, like, when you do read these characters as neurodivergent, like, it is a very short bridge from Maya you knew before and that.
Yeah.
Well, in fact, it's not even a bridge, it's like a step. Honestly.
She's kind of like a big sister to me.
This is Maya Fey you're talking about, right? Maybe she's grown up since I last saw her. It's only been 7, 8 years.
9 years now.
Yeah, you know, 16-year-olds don't usually change that much when they grow, over 8 years.
Well, she was 19. Okay.
Oh,
this
no,
is, this is going to be a sobering fact. She was 19 in Trials and Tribulations, which makes her 26 now, which means that she is now older than Mia ever got to be.
Sobering is right about that fact.
Yeah.
So, in the first game, was she 17?
She's 17 in
Okay.
Ace Attorney, 18 in Justice for All, and then 19 in Trials and Tribulations, I believe.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah. I don't know why 16 was the one that came to mind. Was that when Francisca started? No, Francisca started when she was younger than that.
Franziska. So Franziska started prosecuting when she was 13, but she was 18 when you first meet her in Justice for All.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh no!
What's the matter?
Is it that time already? We have to hurry into the temple right away. But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the Song of Ceremony I told you about. There's an English translation of the lyrics there too, so give it a read, okay? Let's go.
Why the big rush?
If we don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of Her Benevolence's Dance of Devotion.
Her benevolence? I can't pause it. Shit. I was about to say, was that a flat drawing against a 3D background? Oh, it's probably...
It looks like it, yeah.
Well, in that very first shot. I didn't say it before when we were watching the title sequence, but like... Or, sorry, when we were picking episodes, but the animation in these scenes...
Uh-huh.
It's just a lot more impressive. Sorry, I was trying to keep my words.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot smoother for sure.
Like, that action specifically?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck?
I'll be your guy. You're under arrest for treason.
Oh, wow, right into it. Oh my god, the goddamn text speed. Let me in! Why won't you let me in?
Because you're a foreigner. What business could you have with this coin?
I told you, my friend is on trial in there. Police raided the temple in the middle of the dance performance yesterday, and arrested Albie on suspicion of treason. I was worried about Albie, so I just had to come see his trial.
The trial isn't a tourist attraction, so clear off. If you want a picture for your scrapbook, take one of me and get out of here.
Look, you've got it all wrong. Just great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. Tell him I'm a lawyer. Tell him I'm Cranes. Oh my god. Yes, I'm a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner.
What?
I'm actually a lawyer. Back at home, anyway. It counts if I pass the bar exam in some country, right? That's how that works, right?
Absolutely. What? Lawyer? I can't. That's not possible.
What's he so shocked about? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Nothing wrong with a lawyer entering the courtroom, right?
Wait, get back here, you.
Truly channeling Maya there. Oh, wow. Oh my god, you! Wait, isn't that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court?
You want me to be the judge again?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I'll use a different voice for this one because he's a different guy.
Yep.
The divination seance has been performed. I will now hand down my verdict against the accused.
Well, game over. We had a good run, but what? A verdict already? But the trial only just started.
Guilty? There's gotta be some kind of mistake. Please take another look. Seances performed by Princess Raifa are infallible. They only show the truth. What right do you have to question her abilities? But I didn't...
Oh my god. Isn't it ironic that you, a devout adherent of Qurainism, would dare doubt her insight? Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know.
But I didn't do it. Your benevolence, allow me to explain, I beg of you.
Do you want to voice her as well, or...?
Sure, yeah.
She strikes me
Without
as someone
giving it
who's
away,
going to be in
she-
court a lot.
Yeah, without giving things away, she is fairly prominent. And since you're taking Phoenix and the prosecutor, I'll take her as well.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Be silent, impudent whelp. There is no merit to be had in indulging the ramblings born of a criminal's unclean soul. But...
What in the world is going on here? The judge made his ruling based on something called a divination seance? What is Alby's attorney doing? Wait a minute. Where is Alby's attorney?
why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination seance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother herself.
Well, isn't that convenient?
Your Majesty, as royal priestess and in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you. Impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so it shall be done, your benevolence. May her holiness grant us her divine favor. Ur-di hara kurain.
I like that the gallery is voiced. I don't know if that's going to be a common thing, but...
It's not a constant thing, but it does happen sometimes.
Wait just one moment. You're... Ugh, me, my big mouth. Now what?
Mr. Wright, what are you doing here, sir?
Well, I'm in it now, so I have to do this right. Your Honor, it's too soon to give your verdict. This trial has only been underway for a few minutes.
Excuse me, who on earth are you?
With his eyes wide open, it really looks like someone pulled back his eyelids.
Yeah.
I'm, well, an ordinary tourist, Your Honor, just passing through. Phoenix, what the fuck?
Oh, a tourist, are you? Happy.
But more importantly, where is this boy's defense attorney?
Defense attorney? Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney.
Wait, what?
Of course you wouldn't be aware, being a foreigner and all. But we have no need for defense attorneys here in the Kingdom of Kurain. We leave it all up to her benevolence's sacred power of spirit communion. Her divination seances determine all.
What? But surely you see how unfair that is. kind of insane court system are they running here?
You would dare mock me, you barb-headed buffoon? If you value your life, you would leave post-haste. Or shall I summon the bailiff?
Bailiff is that big scary dude with a big scary gun, isn't he?
I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. I love that smug little smile she does. She's
Yeah.
so she's so precious.
Ugh. At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt.
Now hold on, Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this.
I'll be.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and see Miss Maya.
But
Forget about me. You have to go now. I'm sure you can find another guide. There were lots more places I wanted to show you, but it looks like I won't get a chance now. I'm sorry.
poor kid. He's trying to put on a brave face, but look how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? I'm gonna defend him.
Alright, bye, Albie.
Yeah, I'll be back with Maya in just a couple of days. You can hold out, right? I can't just let a verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Albie's corner. If Albie doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. I'll defend him.
Defend him? You can't be serious.
Did you hear that?
Do you have his mind?
Heaven forbid.
Defend me? Mr. Wright, what are you saying? You can't do that.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a second one. Pardon me. I most certainly can. Don't worry, I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. Besides, can you imagine how furious Maya would be if I let anything happen to you?
Mr. Wright.
You're but a naive tourist, ignorant of our ways. But if you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further.
Looks like defending someone is easier said than done in this country.
Bailiff, throw this man out.
Oh? Your Majesty... wait, Magistry? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's what they call
Magister.
the judges here.
Yeah, Magister. For some reason I was thinking
Like-
Majesty, but no, that's
It-
royalty.
It could be magistrate, too, I guess.
Oh, true. Yep. Your Majesty, if you please.
You have something to say, Mr. Payne?
I have a deep primal need to challenge this man. Why not allow it, Your Majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting. Right, Mr. Phoenix, right? Right, Mr. whoever you are. You ruined my
Doesn't even
entire...
remember him.
Yeah, you ruined my entire family. I don't know who you are.
Prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler?
That's Chief Prosecutor, Your Majesty. And yes, I am acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I've had dealings with him in the courtroom before.
This sniveling little fucking weasel gets investigated for corruption by Edgeworth and runs off to a different country.
Yeah, to a different country where he can be he can be a prosecutor in a land that doesn't have defense attorneys. Like, bro. Yeah, all right, you're king of shit mountain in terms of prosecution here. Like, good on you.
Heavens to Betsy.
That was an odd reference.
Mr. Wright, you're a defense attorney?
I thought they were all killed in the war.
A defense attorney. Well, this is a shock.
May be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience.
Do you know? You've only been a practicing lawyer for 4 of those 10 years, but
Yeah, I mean, listen, you had an incredible Machiavellian scheme for some of that time. You know, you deserve props for that. But I don't think that's the same as practicing as a lawyer for 10 years.
he's like, "Here, your majesty. Here's my resume."
Yeah.
He's like, "Why does it say from 2018 to 2027, keeping it real?"
Can you explain this gap in your resume? I was scheming, Your Honor. I guess there aren't all that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the matter of my old country?
But, Mr. Payne, I've already made a ruling in this case.
Call it nostalgia if you will, but I am most eager to give it a try.
But I have a previous engagement, you see, a class together with the missus.
Your Majesty, I agree we should have a whack at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom.
A score? As in 20 years? What's the deal with this country?
Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick.
As you wish, Your Benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Also, hey, Payne, why are you well, I mean, it's hubris, but, like, rhetorical question. Why are you challenging Phoenix Wright, who is now older and more experienced, to use a law system that you lost to him with? You have the home ground.
You will see.
You have the home ground advantage here, dude. What are you doing? Well, I mean, the answer is probably that he does the fucking Magister is not gonna be swayed by Phoenix a lot. So, like, the whole courtroom is a lot less bad. But it is just very funny to be like, why would you even invite that? And just say, like, okay, you can work within our law system. The Seance said he did it. You lose. But no, Payne's pride is too wounded to not do this, so...
Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and her benevolence want, I will acquiesce.
I don't think we've gotten a first name either, so we don't know which Payne this is.
As for the defense, I hope you are prepared for every eventuality.
Like, I would guess the very first Payne, because that would be the most poetic, but...
It's...
Well, hang on, hold on.
To the court record yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
If the game's going to tell me, yeah, I'll find out. I probably won't remember which first name that aligns with, because they all blend together for me. Don't know why.
Yeah, they're so far you've met Winston and Gaspin.
Yes. Wait. Oh, yes, because when Payne appears in the second game, it's in the past where Mia is up against him.
Yeah, where he has
Yeah.
the pompadour.
Yeah, yeah. Every eventuality? What is he talking about? There. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Payne. And sorry for not remembering you earlier. That's Chief Prosecutor, or the Incredible Payne, as I'm also known in this country. Oh, does he know? And you'll see soon enough just why that is. Oh, I don't think I need to find out. I think I already know. When you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law. Why is he so strangely confident? Not only that, but... what's with the gallery?
Just you watch, the defense attorney will try and twist the truth. You can bet on it.
Get him, Chief Prosecutor! Crush that defense devil! This is way more lawyer hate than ever back home. Or than even back home. And I was alive during the dark age of the law.
It'd be so funny if he just kept bringing that up. You know, I helped end the Dark Age of the Law. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. What is
I
that?
paused it too, but we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah, Payne is familiar with that. He's just like, wait, didn't that happen because you presented forged evidence in court? Details.
Oh, if you would once again please give your opening argument, Mr. Payne.
Certainly, Your Majesty. The accused is charged with 2 crimes, larceny and murder. Yesterday, the Founder's Orb was stolen from the treasure room of Tempul Temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of Pat Roll, Temple security guard... Fuck. And
If it makes you feel any better, you can say it like pot roll.
no, it's whatever. The empty treasure box that housed the orb, which Mr. Roll was in charge of guarding. Blood on the hand. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure.
To kill a guard armed with a gun, what a terrifyingly bold act.
I'm almost tempted to bring back the child counter. I'm gonna be real. Like, already, like, yeah, this... Well, I don't have the court record open, but this child managed to overpower an armed guard. Yeah, I'm sure.
This one does actually make sense versus Machi. Like, Machi was accused of a crime that he's not physically capable of committing. This one's like, I guess it's a stretch, but when you see the evidence, it's like, okay, I can see how they came to this conclusion.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't agree more, Your Majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and crime photo. Thank you. Time of death around noon. His head shows signs of being hit with a blunt object. Crime photo. Temple's treasure room. The body was discovered at the base of the stairs to the altar.
It's been a long time since we had evidence presented in court as well. It's kind of refreshing, actually.
We may rely on the power of the seances, but our police still carry out investigations. Ah yes, the most reliable people in society. Thus, any proof I provide is indisputable. Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't just take your word for it. I can check the evidence out myself by looking in the court record, which I will do now. Dragon Tiger battle, the founder offers divine protection. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Cerebral contusion from a head injury. Time of death. Okay. Yeah, gun. Gun still in there. Holster open. Oh, okay, yeah. For a second, the angle on the right leg looked a bit off, and I thought maybe it was broken. But...
Family Guy death pose.
Yeah, right. Yeah, blood on the glove is the biggest thing that stands out to me so far. Oh, actually, sorry. Forgot something really important. I'll be your guide. The defendant, this industrious, that's a good word for that, young man.
It's true.
Yeah, is both a monk in training and Kuraini's tour guide. Gaspin Payne. Prosecutor from back home, though what he's doing here as Kurain's chief prosecutor is beyond me. 56 years old, goddamn. So he was the one from... Oh, sorry. He was the one from Justice for All. Trials and Tribulations would have been the one where we went back in time and saw, No, wait, hold on.
Gaspin has only been in Dual Destiny so far. The first prosecutor in Ace Attorneys 1 through 4 was all Winston.
Was it? Oh, God.
Yeah.
Man, I thought there was a third for some reason. Okay, gotcha.
It's if you've watched any clips of the Professor Layton crossover game, the prosecutor for the first case of that is named Prosecutor Flinch, and he looks a lot like Winston Payne. So you might have seen him and thought that there was a third brother.
No, I think I legitimately got confused in the series, honestly. But this guy was in the first case of Apollo. No, you just said Dual Destinies.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Less than a year roughly, and Phoenix is like, I don't remember this guy at all.
Yeah.
I had that girl right where I wanted her. Would have gotten away from it too if it weren't for you pesky defense attorneys. The victim in this case, he guarded the treasure room treasure and was killed by the thief who stole it. We'll see just how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne.
Such a deplorable crime. The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother. It's a crime that strikes at the very heart of our nation.
Exactly, Your Majesty. We mustn't let the culprit get away with these heinous deeds. Indeed, such deeds are best described as treason against the crown. Is this treasure really such a valuable object?
How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul, the Mitama, of the Holy Mother.
Her soul is sealed within the treasure? I think I'll take that with a grain of salt.
Phoenix, don't go to other countries and start saying their religion's fake.
Jesus Christ, dude.
You don't believe it, do you?
Of course I believe it. Something tells me I better play along.
This kind of irreverence is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much.
You're on, Your Majesty?
What is it now?
This treasure, I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Could I see a photo of it or something?
Of all the outlandish requests, you defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale.
He's been getting awfully angry with me. Are those veins popping out of his forehead? It's forbidden for anyone outside of the royal family to view the treasure itself. They say that anyone without the proper spiritual power would be blinded instantly. That is why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright. Okay. So what you're saying is we should have a blind child on the stand right now. I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home, too. For the benefit of the shamelessly uninformed defense, let me share this newspaper article. It includes photos taken about 8 years ago when the treasure was unearthed. Unearthed? Those are the only public photos of the outer box in existence. What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year, for a special New Year's rite that takes place at the palace. Therefore, this treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people. Forced open and its contents stolen, the average person can only see it in this newspaper article.
I hear there's been a string of thefts lately of historical artifacts from the temple.
Quick look at this. Oh, it doesn't say much more. Okay. Okay, I do not see that butterfly drawing on it. Okay. Right, Your Majesty. Inexcusable thievery of precious national treasures for personal gain. And the culprit is the accused.
So he used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure, is that it?
The accused's family is by no means wealthy. To help with family finances, he works as a tour guide in addition to his ascetic training. Ah, yes, poor people. They always do crime.
Thank you for giving an excellent outline of the case, Mr. Payne.
I find myself accidentally shifting back into the other judge's voice. I have to like force myself to correct it.
Yeah, I know, I feel you.
This guy is wiser and less senile. He's not as raspy.
Absolutely.
Now then, no more questions from the defense, I presume.
What? No, I do have questions.
Even more, but you just asked a bunch. Well, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes.
What? He's still planning on going to that thing? Still a lot I don't know about the case. I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's see, what else do I need to know about... What else do I need to know more about? I mean, all of these things, honestly. Although, I guess... Crime scene? I haven't talked much about that. Mr. Payne, where did this crime take place? What? As I already stated, it was in the treasure room of the temple. Oops. That's right.
Have you even been paying attention?
I didn't... I thought we would expound on that, but okay. Jesus.
These lying lawyers, not only do they lack morals, but memory, too.
He apparently has all the brain power of a barnyard chicken, your majesty.
Oh, that explains why he has a crest like a rooster.
No matter where I go in the world, the insults are always the same. Your Majesty, please let me try again. Okay, the weapon? Mr. Payne, what was the murder weapon? The murder weapon was the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box left at the scene had a large bloodstain on it.
How utterly reprehensible using the sacred treasure box for murder.
I mean, it does have a big lock on it. Hey, can we talk about the crime scene at all? No? Alright, what about the murder weapon? Okay, we can talk about the murder weapon. Here's a picture of the crime scene. The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box ready to abscond with it. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. Hello, Cookie.
Hello.
After walloping Mr. Roll on the head with the treasure box, the accused forced the bloodied housing open and made off with the treasure inside. The murder weapon, off limits to the public, the photos and its contents were stolen. But the defendant is just a little boy. I hardly think he would be able to hit the victim, a grown man, on the head. Ah, a very good point, Mr. Wright. But I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. The accused's elevated position would more than make up for their difference in stature. Okay. Alright. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Mr. Payne, your reasoning's flawless. What an elegant argument. Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor. Your title is obviously well earned. Well, the accused's guilt is certainly conclusive. Unless there is anything else, I am ready to announce my verdict. Very well, in that case, I find the accused...
Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict just a little bit?
I told you, I have plans to attend to, and... Oh! I'm late. It's already started. How did the time fly by so fast?
Well, we haven't seen Maya arrested yet, so, you know, time is still going on that one, but... He's still stuck on that? We haven't heard the defense's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant. The what? Huh? Did I say something funny?
Cross-examine the... What do you mean by that?
What? What do you mean, what do I mean?
I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall.
And little wonder, the so-called defendant hasn't been questioned in over 20 years. Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant, or the accused, tell his side of the story.
Is that really necessary?
Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty. What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty. I can't believe Pain is probably going to be the person that actually manages to form a crack in this whole system. Because he's too arrogant to think that he could fail against Phoenix in this position. And, like, well, I think he's going to. There's a slim chance that this might go through some other means to have that come out intact. But it is very funny to consider that, like, oh, well, yes, why did that court system... why did that system of law fail? Well, there was the chief prosecutor, Gaspin Payne. Though I doubt he'll have anything of relevance to say. Oh, how kind of you, your royal painness. Nice.
Very well, as long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne. I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway.
In that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand.
Oh, but before we do, I'd better call my wife and apologize for missing that class.
I was gonna make a fucking joke about that, but then he just came out and said it.
Any objections?
Go for it, Your Majesty. Accused, state your name and occupation again, if you would.
I'll be your guide. I'm in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide too.
Why me? Now, where were we?
Cross-examining the defendant, Your Majesty.
Right. Let's do that then.
At the defense attorney's insistence, I might add.
Sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind.
Well, the defense had better get to it, and make it quick, if you please.
The defense? Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer.
Didn't we just discuss that?
He probably wasn't in the room when that happened.
Oh, true. Hey, Charles.
Hello, Charles.
Well, I am, and I'm here to defend you, Albie. Don't worry. All you have to do is tell the truth, and you'll be alright.
You tricked me.
What?
If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Give back that Magatamon I gave you yesterday.
Albie? What's gotten into you?
Don't talk to me. You disgust me.
Now even Albie's against me. But why? This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright, being loathed by a client. Technically, no.
Edgeworth.
Yeah, yeah. Now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. Sorry, were you going to say something, Mina?
No, I would just clear my throat.
Oh, all good. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning and afternoon dances of devotion. I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time.
All right.
Damn.
The presentation in this game is very slick.
The accused's account.
I didn't kill Mr. Roll, and I didn't steal the treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with the green Chinese butterfly on it. When the incident happened, I was in the hallway planning out my tour route.
Were you well acquainted with the victim?
Yes. He used to chat with me whenever we ran into each other in the temple. Mr. Roll was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know.
I bet I'll be looked up to him.
But he had to give it up and go to work when his family needed money. That's why he became a guard. But at least that way he could still stay at the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of wearing the treasure box. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite.
The victim's parents apparently both died relatively young, so Mr. Roll had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him. Sounds like his circumstances in Albies were very similar.
Mr. Sorry.
You're good.
Mr. Roll encouraged me to never give up. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he'd say. He was always cheering me on in my training and in my tour guide business, too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that?
Yes, I see. You expressed yourself well. Defense, now that you've heard the accused's account, are you finally satisfied? If so, let's draw this to an expeditious conclusion.
But, Your Majesty, I haven't even cross-examined the defendant yet.
That wasn't the end of it. It's been so long, I don't rightly recall what this cross-examining thing is all about.
This is a cute way to tutorialize things, though. Without giving Phoenix more head trauma.
Exactly.
A judge who doesn't know what a cross-examination is? What fresh hell is this?
I really do wish I could remember how it works.
Should I give the judge a refresher on the cross-examination? Okay. I don't think there's a reason to. It's just going to be a tutorial. There might
Yeah,
be...
unless you want to hear the dialogue, there's no reason to.
Yeah, nah, I think we're good. I better save my breath. The judge doesn't exactly seem like a model student. You'll just have to watch and see how it's done. The accused's account. Alright. I think... Ooh. my spirit health. Alright, I think we'll take a break here just to get some more water in that. Seems like a good place to break it.
Sounds good.
Alright. Yeah, at some point during this stream I was gonna make a joke about I can't wait to see the Winston Payne of this universe, and oh man. That's so funny that he ran to another country and then is like, I'm chief prosecutor of the place that doesn't have attorneys. Like,
Yeah.
fucking dipshit. Oh my god. Alright. Besides Phoenix getting fucking bonked in the head. Or going back in time for another random prosecutor that we don't know. But yeah, when we come back, our first cross-examination. Oh, Albie.
Poor child.
I'm back. And hello, Luca. Yeah, we did change the day for this weekend because it made a bit more sense for Mina. Hello. So yeah, one-off thing. Be able to do it for like 3 weeks. Well, no. We could do it this weekend anyway. I think there was just something Mina and Alkesti wanted to do tomorrow that would have conflicted, so we swapped them around. But yes, like, we didn't get to do it last weekend, and we're not going to be able to do it next weekend, I think, still, so yeah.
Hello, I return.
Welcome back.
Hello, Luca.
That means I can do big stream tomorrow. Yeah, and I'm having a shorter one tomorrow, just cleaning up something in FF16. Because apparently, there's something that you unlock after you do all the DLC if you've completed the game, which I technically haven't, because the game crashed after I beat the final boss. So yeah, I'm gonna clean that up tomorrow. Yeah. Really, yeah. Well, actually, oh, sorry. Technically, I don't know if it's tied into the DLC, but the way a lot of, like, people talk about it and the way a lot of articles are written, it seems to imply that you only get the thing once you've beaten the game and have a save file for it, and then go and do the DLC after that. You destroyed reality. Really, yeah. Like, you don't have to do it in that order, but yeah, like, we got to the end, and I was like, oh, cool, I can't wait to do the bloody palace equivalent in it. And it didn't unlock, and I was like, what? But it said the DLC included that. Well, then one of the DLCs included that. What's going on? And look it up, and it's like, oh, you have to have beaten the game. And I was like, but I did... Right. So yeah, fun times. Alright. Time to cross-examine the child that's clearly lying about something. I'd go anywhere in the treasure room. I've never seen that treasure box with the green Chinese butterfly on it. Ooh.
Loud sweating.
Yeah. It was in this one, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You could only have seen it in the photograph, and they're black and white.
Objection!
Oh, Albie. Why would you lie to me? So you say you've never laid eyes on the treasure box, is that right?
That's right. It's forbidden, so I never do that.
In that case, how did you know there was a green butterfly on it?
Huh? Because I saw a picture of it in that newspaper article.
Nope. Take another look. These photos are in black and white. You couldn't possibly tell what the color butterfly is from these pictures. Hold on. His bag, did it just move?
Balkunka.
I beg your pardon? Gesundheit? Palkunka is a word in Chinese that people use when they're surprised.
I'm sure you're familiar with Nani.
Ah, right.
You just exposed a lie, so this is the power of cross-examination, is it?
Suddenly, I'm all about this. Yes, prove the accused more guilty. Should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding.
But just a moment. If the accused was lying, then that makes him even more suspicious than ever.
Ugh. And this just makes things worse for me than ever. Albie, are you hiding something? Please give only true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. What the fuck? Darn. Just can't seem to get him to open up to me. So, accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after all, haven't you?
Well... maybe I did take a peek one time, a long time ago, when I was cleaning the treasure room.
But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right?
Of course I wasn't.
That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident. And I have proof. He does? This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident. And what exactly is that supposed to prove? The accused's fingerprints were found on the scroll. What?
Oh no. Where is it? It's not here. I must have dropped it somewhere.
Indeed. You must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim. Notice from the day of the incident, the defendant's fingerprints were found on it. Due to the growing number of thefts around the temple, we'll be tightening security throughout. Therefore, all of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's Dance of Devotion. That doesn't seem like the sort of thing that would be handed to Albie, if I'm being honest. No. Then that means Albie was there on the day of the incident?
So this is the power of cross-examination.
I also like the idea that this judge sees this for the first time and is like, you know what, I'm holding all my trials like this now. This is fun.
Yeah.
Normally my job is to watch a dance and then bang my little hammer.
Yeah.
The more the accused talks, the guiltier he paints himself.
I am kind of disappointed we haven't gotten to see what's in what was shown in the seance yet. I wonder if we will get to see that. Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty. He predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it.
How was any of that supposed to help the accused?
See? I told you can't trust lawyers and their lies.
The benevolence already said the kid's guilty.
Just declare him guilty and get him over with. Or get it over with.
No, everything's going all wrong. Shadow, what do I do?
As I suspected, this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever.
No, you're wrong.
But armed as we are with her benevolence's insight, there's no reason to doubt his guilt.
Then I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight of hers.
By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne. Nevertheless, I will now finally announce my verdict.
Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen this divination seance for myself yet, thank you, Phoenix. As the defense, I have the right to check it.
Is that really necessary? I have to get home and apologize to my wife.
Yes, she really did give him the business. Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the seance.
You do? And why is that, Mr. Payne?
Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the seance? And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy?
Well, now.
When you put it like that, absolutely. I'm sure it'll make up for not getting to go to the class with your wife.
It certainly does sound worth seeing, and it gives me a juicy tidbit to tell the missus.
I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit.
Well, for an interloper, I imagine you do have to see it for yourself to be convinced. It's certainly unprecedented, but let's have the divination seance performed again. But then, right after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going.
The only tearful begging is going to come from the prosecution when we're through. How pitiful the defense looks, still scrambling desperately for a foothold. Blissfully unaware that defeat and despair are all that await him. So, before we see anything, in my mind, I'm like, oh, okay, so we just get CCTV footage of whatever has happened, and we've got to, like, actually interpret what's on the screen. Like, I don't know what we're going to be seeing, but that's, like, my expectation here.
It's interesting. I like it as a mechanic more than the mood matrix because it adds more, like, it's more like a puzzle and less like a information overload.
Yeah, because, like, and I have, obviously have... you know what, let me see how it works first, and then I'll comment on it. There she is. Her benevolence.
Your benevolence, Raifa Padma Kurain. Thank you for coming all this way once again.
Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty. Barb-headed attorney.
Yes.
I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination seance. It would seem the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you.
I'm just a foreigner, ignorant in the ways and customs of this country. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, your benevolence. All I want is a fair trial for Albie.
You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair. Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality.
Well, I have, like, 3 stories for you, I think. Yeah, about 3. What's fair about trials with no defense and no chance for the accused to tell their story?
How dare you speak to her benevolence in that manner?
You hear that? Did you hear her talk to her benevolence?
Does he know about anything, ignorant outsider?
We won't stand for it. He must be punished.
Yikes. Looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time. Oh my god.
Punish him. Punish him.
I'm surprised they didn't have the
Punish
chant
him.
for this one.
Silence, one and all.
Is she standing up for me? Oh, Phoenix.
Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion.
Well, well. Looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought.
Attorneys are ghastly creatures with souls stained black by brazen untruths. The words of a lowly worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over.
Alright, I take that back.
None of his prattling can sway the truth of my insights. Rest assured, he will soon see the error of his foolish ways.
Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you would.
Certainly. Nana, my robe.
I like the sliding in and out. That's good.
It's so good. She has her own little
Oh,
personal
Holy
handmaiden.
Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Definitely improve their motion capture, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Oh god, are we gonna go through this every single time?
It's just once per case, usually.
Ah, gotcha.
You can skip it if you want, but I liked watching it as like a rude little ritual.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Ceremony, boy's voice. Pain. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool?
A final message from the victim's soul, the last communication of his Mitama. The divination seance has revealed this to us.
Her benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project a victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise. So what we saw in the pool is what Mr. Roll actually experienced? In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon up over his head. This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation.
There has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't do it.
Wounds in the back of his head. I don't know if that makes sense. This looks bad for Albie. Really, really bad. Now do you see why I'm the Incredible Pain? Oh, I'm very aware, Mr. Pain. More than I can express. But even if those really are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them? There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Hold on a second. Do we have information on when the dances occur?
Once in the morning and once in the afternoon is all that we know. It was explicitly mentioned, though, that his time of death between noon and 1 p.m. is between the morning and afternoon dances.
Yeah, so the fact that he heard the Song of Ceremony seems to stand out to me a bit.
Yeah.
That is in the evening / afternoon and morning, and if that doesn't line up with the time of death... There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Oh, how long I've waited to see it. Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty? I mean, it's pretty good, but I feel like you're getting more out of this than me, Mr. Payne.
Oh yes, very satisfying indeed. Now you are finally convinced, traveler. The accused is most assuredly guilty.
Sorry, I'm gonna make a cross joke. I'm gonna need to stand behind this stand a little longer, Your Honor. Am I really the only one unbiased? Am I really the only unbiased one here?
Now we've come to the time in the trial where I turn around and face the wall so the prosecution can jack off.
Oh, yeah!
Now then, I think we've been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against you. You'll be free to slink back to your own country with your tail between your legs.
The Defense Culpability Act? What's that?
What? You mean you honestly don't know?
No? Wow, he really is stupid. You're telling me he jumped in there without knowing? What's with all the hubbub?
Well, well. Not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him.
Yes, I think I'd better. The Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short, is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. In other words, if you help the accused by defending him and he is found guilty, you will receive the same sentence as he.
What? What kind of insane law is that?
Under the DC Act, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate. Some went to prison, others received the death penalty. That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney.
That's as it should be. The history of our courts proves that. Attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Thus, attorneys deserve to be exterminated.
Been really holding my tongue using the F word up until this point, but
See, it's even worse than that. It's monarchy.
Yeah. I've never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. Actually, yeah, that is a good point. That is a good point. It's just authoritarian. It's just coming from, like, an actual monarchy, or... Yeah, monarchy. That's the word for it. But, yeah, it just... Yeah, it's definitely giving shades of that, unfortunately. Oh, boy. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way? This is like the Dark Age of the Law times 1,000. You fell right into my trap, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the seance and the DC Act on my side, I'll finally get my revenge.
I'll fucking kill you, don't try me.
Yeah. I'll get the state to kill you, don't fucking try me. So that's why he was so eager to have me defend Albie. Chased out and humiliated back home, fate brought me to the foothills of Kurain. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now. Dark Age of the Law, dude. Shin Age of the Law.
Defense know that if I rule the accused as guilty, you will go to prison too.
That explains Albie's reaction earlier. Yeah, okay, that's... minutes ago. Well, not literal minutes, but... Yeah. Your Majesty, isn't a prison sentence a bit lenient? After all, we're talking about treason. One should pay for such a crime with one's life.
Yes, I believe the death penalty might be appropriate under these circumstances.
The death penalty? No way. You're kidding, right, Your Majesty?
Do I look like I'm kidding?
Well, you did just... Oh, okay.
I'll have you put your life and your dark tainted soul on the line here.
Death? This can't be happening.
The courts of resignation. Our courts are well known as thus. In this land where my seances provide the truth and no attorneys can intervene, criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate.
Oh, foreign lawyer, I ask you once more. Are you sure you still want to defend the accused?
I at least admire that he's giving him like an out. Like,
Yeah. Like, yes,
he's like, you didn't know the game.
Yeah. Gulp. There's Maya to think of in all of this, too. I can't just lay down my life. What in the world should I do? No, you continue to the fence, my man.
Like, is this goofy? Yes, it is very goofy, like on its face.
Mm-hmm.
It does, however, add a degree of stakes to every single trial that did not exist before, which is cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Where's Maya? Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, she's here with us in spirit for now. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? Oh my god. Holy shit! We're mentioning the previous
HD.
trilogy. To help those with no one on their side. I can't just abandon everything I believe in. All I can do now is stand firm and fight. Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor, for your life.
Objection!
Even if it means being subject to the Defense Culpability Act, I will defend Albie. What?
But, Mr. Wright...
My cabbages! The defendant insists he's innocent. Not even a divination seance should be accepted without examination. Didn't we already have violins, Cookie? I'm pretty sure we did.
Polkunga.
But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me?
I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. Now, I will say that, like, that makes a lot more sense when the whole goal is to find the truth. But, like, Phoenix is applying this in a scenario that's, like, a whole lot more dangerous because, like, as we've seen, people are predisposed to believe the seance and, you know, rule of the state goes, so why would you question it? But, like, yeah, like, if the truth was you ended up defending someone who did the crime, like, that's your life gone, buddy, or, like, you know, in jail for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's something that's, like, I'm wondering if they will explore more, because, like, not that Phoenix shouldn't do this, but, like, I think it, like, you can't, those ideals would be very much tested in a scenario where, like, because Phoenix has defended people who were guilty before. If this sort of thing flew in other places, he'd be dead right now, right? And there's a lot been said in the past about, like, you should believe your client, but the point is to find the truth. And for the most part, that is conveniently aligned with the innocence of his client, except for, you know, that one time. So I'm interested to see how this looks at like that tension where Phoenix is still like seeking the truth and not playing into the thing that would work more often, which would be the thing that the Kurain have instituted these laws specifically to combat. Well, combat. Which is defense attorneys lying to get criminals off. Honestly, though, like, if you're gonna do something this complicated and obvious, why not just kill all lawyers from the jump? Well, some of them turn into prosecutors who, prosecute criminals, Luca, and that's a good thing, right? Because they're doing the good thing, they can't possibly be lying, you know? It's just simple. Are you punishing criminals? Yes. Oh, well, you can't possibly be incorrect. Like that is the underlying thought process that leads to the state being given this much power and precedence over anyone who is accused of anything ever.
Yeah, and you'll find out later there are like additional lore reasons why this was implemented in particular.
Oh, absolutely. I don't doubt that. I mean, yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, there is something about the fact that if the Dark Age of the Law was allowed to continue, that something like this wouldn't have happened, but for all people involved in the law system instead of just defense attorneys. And besides, in a lot of ways, this is just an extreme version of the thing that Phoenix has been combating for a very long time in this series. Where the prosecution and the... it extends beyond Ace Attorney, even. We saw in Nirvana Initiative, even, that, a person with a criminal record was treated like utter shit, right? So, it's not a long step away from, well, obviously anyone that's accused of a crime would say they're innocent, so why should we even bother, right?
Yeah, and decades of pop culture have portrayed lawyers as sleazy, con men who help criminals get away with crimes. The perception in the popular, mind share is already, lawyers are just as guilty as the people they protect, and they help them get away with their crimes.
Yeah. Exactly. And oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, look at America right now. You can get arrested for protesting war crimes. There is already, in a lot of places, the, this widely held idea that if you are associated with an unpopular opinion or unpopular thought, you are as guilty as the people committing actual crimes.
Yep, and as someone who lives in Australia, where we don't have free speech laws, we can't, you can't just go out and protest like you can in America. It is presumed that if you are disturbing the peace in that way, that you are guilty of doing so, and that there couldn't be a righteous, or there couldn't be a reasonable reason for you doing that. Even if, I don't know, let's just say, for example... your government wants to play up that they're trying to make sure that they're, not selling weapons to specific countries, and then hold an expo that is specifically surrounded by weapons and use the police to beat protesters that are against that. Random example. Yeah, definitely not something that happened in Victoria. Anyway...
Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me.
I will say, the one thing I am a little concerned about is that we are villain-batting this country's, legal system so much that I am worried a little bit there might be some, foreign lands laws being weird and Phoenix Wright coming in to save it that might be a bit off.
It's not so much that, thankfully. There still is some... We'll get there when we get there. There still is some geopolitical weirdness, but thankfully it's not a white savior narrative or Japanese savior narrative.
Yeah, okay. I was saying that to kind of, just say where my head's at with, seen stories like this before. I don't necessarily need the reassurance. if it does get bad, I want it to get bad and me to react to that. I don't want to be preempted.
For sure.
Yeah. Sorry, did you do this line? I was in my head with other things.
I did, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Though your barbed jabs are proving to be more than mere jokes.
Your benevolence. Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insights out. Phoenix? Phrasing?
Insolent, disrespectful attorney. You'll have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm.
Joke's
Just
on
to
you.
replace every instance of Twilight Realm with Shadow Realm.
Yeah, I was waiting for a moment to make a joke about that, because it really does feel very Yu-Gi-Oh! And too bad for you, I already ate Albi's food, and that didn't send me to hell, so...
No, very unwise. You are not wise posting at all, traveler.
It is time to stop posting, traveler.
You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life. But you have made your choice. The Defense Culpability Act will be applied in this case. And with this verdict, you'll both soon be parting with your heads.
God. Front-facing Phoenix.
And like, again, it's not even a stretch to like. I don't even think that this is like a the foreign country is so barbaric. When you look at America and see like the type of people who are actively cheering for the state to execute Luigi Mangione for like for the crime he committed, it's so yeah. The satire in this game feels like on point in general for countries that are like harsh about their legal systems.
Well, I don't disagree, but I don't think that means that it couldn't fall into that trap, because we are talking about a game developed by Japan, not by America, right?
That is very true. Yeah.
Yeah, like
I guess it just made me think about like seeing the literal people who gather outside the courtyard at trials like that and chant for execution.
yeah. It's on point in an unfortunately accurate way.
Yeah. It's like The Simpsons. It's evergreen satire because we have not progressed that much as a society in the 9 years since this game came out.
Mm-hmm. In fact, we're getting to the point that The Onion is becoming the new Simpsons.
Exactly. The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I but give their messages a voice. If you think my insights contain falsehood, I challenge you to prove it.
Rafa's insight.
The accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life.
That didn't happen in that order.
Still, I can't believe it. A murder after the morning dance of devotion. These are the victim's experiences just before his death.
As the victim's final memories, we can assume they aren't lies. So how do I break this down?
Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance, Defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the seance vision?
I did. Come to think of it, I did see words, like Song of Ceremony and incense.
The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch, all is laid bare in the pool of souls.
And immediately I already like this because it is, like, it's using words and it's doing it in a very specific way. Like, there's no misinterpretation of ceremony of song, for example.
Exactly, yeah.
So what Mr. Roll experienced with his 5 senses appears in the vision as words, right?
Like, it's a lot more objective than emotions. Like, half of the mood matrix is like, well, I don't think they would be feeling this way, but it's like, how can you tell, right?
Exactly, yeah. Whereas this manages to put in a layer of incorrectness by having Rafer interpret what is being shown in the insight, but we have the objective thing in front of us to compare to.
Exactly.
So it's like a more complicated cross-examination in that way, but it fits in a lot more easily into that framework than the mood stuff.
We can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity.
Works for me. I can use all the extra information I can get. Now, to find a contradiction between her insights and the seance vision. Your benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again.
Very well.
So 2 things. Song of Ceremony doesn't match. Secondly, his vision goes dark before the pain, and I don't know how much to read into that. We also can't see what's in his hands. I was actually thinking initially, after seeing the first time, not, remembering it before the second, was he really lifting the... if we can't see what's in his hands, is it possible he's holding his bag over his head? Because clearly there's something moving in his bag that he's been protective of. So I could imagine, like, I don't know, he gets caught in there and sees whatever is in the bag, and then he holds it over himself, and then, someone comes up behind Roll and hits him, or something like that. But no, he had the bag on his side. Wait a minute. Benevolence said after the morning dance of devotion earlier, didn't she? Isn't there something off about that? First, I'll use left and right to make my way to the insight that seems off. Yeah. Yes, this is the insight that sounded funny. Now, just carefully compare this insight with the seance vision. If I notice a sensation that seems contradictory, I'll select it. Sense. Although... This will probably come with time, but I'm not quite sure, like... There are 5 pips here, and I don't know what they're associated with.
It's basically just like scrubbing through security camera footage.
Yeah, like, it's just scenes.
Basically,
ultimately.
yeah.
Yeah. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now I just select the sensation I think is inconsistent, and then press Y.
Objection!
Wait just a moment.
Yes, what is it, Barbed Head?
You're saying the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, right?
That's right. What of it?
Then isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony?
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Is that all that troubles you?
Huh?
What the victim heard was just a practice run of the Song of Ceremony.
Do you have proof of that? Practice run? What are you talking about?
Mr. Payne, if you would.
Certainly. Allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and the afternoon dances. During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall.
Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate this statement.
I see. So what the victim heard was that practice session.
Ugh, there goes my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the room where Albie and I saw her benevolence dancing.
However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me.
Ask away, your majesty.
It's a big temple. The performance hall and the treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room?
He's right. It is a very big temple. Well, how about it, Mr. Payne? Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of Temple, including the treasure room.
Oh, that's right.
Ah, so we could also just play that at any time, huh? Speakers? For what purpose? Also, why would you broadcast a rehearsal over the speakers? What? Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple.
That's why the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony in the seance vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall, heard over the speakers.
Thank you for your explanation, Your Benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like me.
Think nothing of it.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us?
Very well.
Yippee. The Song of Ceremony the victim heard was of a practice run through the temple's speakers. I think I'm getting the hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all of her insights out after all. I'd better find another inconsistency, no matter how small. It's a bit hard to focus on the insights with the seance vision going. I'll try using pause to temporarily stop the vision. There, I paused the vision. I think I can use B and X to jump to different parts of the vision. I'll try moving...
I love just picturing Phoenix with like a spirit remote control.
Yeah. Try moving the Meetma mark to the flashing red panel there.
Yeah.
It's like fiddling with, oh god. No, it's gone. I was originally going to say Teams, but that's not quite the same thing. But it's just, oh no, you know what it's like? It's Gavin, fucking Apollo, Trucy, all leaning over that audio thing and being like, no, rewind. No, yeah. Do you hear it? And then play it through again.
Yeah.
Okay, now that I know how to get around in the sounds visions, it's time to find inconsistencies between the insights and the vision. I know what... Well, okay. Actually, I think there is another thing. I don't think he actually swung it. Although I don't know how I'd point that out. In fact, if anything, it looks like he kind of, like, gets shocked or something. Although, I don't know if I can actually point to something that's not here.
Yeah, I think you're kind of limited to what you can pinpoint with the senses.
Because both of the, like, yeah, I don't... Okay, this one I'm not sure how to tackle. So, and I'm assuming that I don't need to look at this one. Is there anything... The song of ceremony the victim heard was of a practice run through the temple's speakers. I don't think there's anything to contradict that. That puts it outside of the thing you could put together from the vision, honestly. But, like, the accused swung whatever he was holding on the victim's head. Like, how am I supposed to contradict that if that's not something that's shown? And it seems like that is it for both of these, because I could say that, for example, the pain, or the victim's vision went dark before the pain was introduced, and I could point to the screen that doesn't have pain in it. Like, if I keep going and...
I guess you want they want you to highlight the pain because it shows that it's already dark when the pain happens.
Sorry, say that again.
I guess the way you would do that is by highlighting the word pain because that shows that it appears after the screen's already dark rather than vice versa.
Oh, yeah, sure. Maybe we can do that then?
Objection!
Yeah, okay, right. Because the full picture shows it already dark and the word pain on there. Yeah, okay. You're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct?
Of course, as anyone with eyes can see.
Well, pardon me, but I must disagree.
What?
Your benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment the victim felt pain.
Oh.
Everything goes black, and then only after that, the victim feels pain.
Inconceivable.
This places the order of events at odds with what you say happened.
My word.
Volkunga, your benevolence, what is the meaning of this?
I cannot be wrong. My insights are beyond fallacy.
If what the defense says is true, this is a very grave matter indeed.
You're telling me her benevolence can just lie? That's illegal!
Please forgive me, your benevolence, but... I'm afraid this contradiction is something we simply can't ignore.
I'm glad at least that the judge seems to be like, okay, hold on, that doesn't make sense. Like, multiple times now, he's been the one that's initiated, like, hold on, that doesn't make sense with what was presented earlier. I like that. You really think someone would do this? Just go on court proceedings and tell lies? I know, that's impossible.
Objection!
Now, let's not be too hasty, your majesty. I think I can clear this up.
You have something to add, Mr. Payne?
1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution has failed to make one tiny thing clear. And that would be... On the day of the incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple. And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind. Or rather, you knew all along and are only letting it slip now that it's convenient, Payne. The power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers. Thanks, Payne. I appreciate that.
Oh, there was a blackout there, was there? Well now, that explains everything, does it not?
What do you mean, Your Benevolence? Please share your thoughts with us, if you would.
The blackout occurred when the accused and the victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head.
I see. That makes perfect sense, Your Benevolence.
So the victim was struck after the lights went out. The depth of your insight is awe-inspiring, Your Benevolence. Give her a hand, everyone. Ugh. Hey, I want to live long and prosper too.
Enough applause. You flatter me.
Now, Your Benevolence, in light of this new information,
Yes, of course. I will alter my insight.
Oh, so it goes through each of the statements for you to see, and then... Why did it... That's odd that it went to the last statement after I pressed A and didn't do anything, and then I had to press A to leave it again. So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to draw out some new info. And with new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now to compare the insights with the vision again and see what else I can dig up. Alright, so the next thing would be this, I think. Well, technically... but it would be... Yeah, it'd be here. Everything's dark and the Song of Ceremony is still going on.
Yeah.
But, like, it's kind of the combination of these two statements and the Song of Ceremony. I guess I could say, one could safely assume the accused... Well, no, the Song of Ceremony the victim heard was of a practice run through the temple speakers, and just assume we all understand that the darkened vision means that the power was out.
I think that's what the intention is, yeah.
Yeah.
It's generally fairly straightforward.
Objection!
Yes, I finally found it. This is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Your Benevolence, as impressive as your Spirit Communion power is, it's not infallible.
You never know when to stop talking, do you?
No, I do not.
I hope you realize your words are an insult to all adherents of Quarianism.
Defense, watch what you say. If you don't mind that tongue of yours, you won't have one left to mind.
It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums. But, maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking.
What malarkey.
Simon Blackwell somewhere sagely nodding.
I can't remember if it's ever explained, but I really like the fact that her vocabulary is very like old woman.
Yep. I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony thanks to the temple's speakers. But then, how do you explain how the victim could still hear the Song of Ceremony even after the power went out? This contradiction of facts can only mean that the Song of Ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible!
What are you saying? That the song you heard was coming directly from the performance hall?
That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation.
But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall.
Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room. Not unless...
You mean to say?
Yes. The treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. Okay, that's not where I thought we were going. Because because the reason we put it to the performance hall was the fact that it was a... Well, I guess it must have been done... No, Phoenix pointed out earlier that they saw the performance in the performance hall.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It must have been somewhere else. Somewhere closer to the performance hall. What?
You can't be serious.
There is a glaring contradiction in the claims of her benevolence and the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined.
What? No.
This is completely unprecedented. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights. Unbelievable.
Heed not his forked tongue, your majesty. These are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer, a feeble ruse from a feeble mind.
But the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it.
But the defense's assertions is, in the end, meaningless. Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change what we've seen at the moment of the murder.
Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insights still stand.
I mean, if you want to take me back to that insight and show me where you saw the murder weapon, I'd be glad to look at it. I hate to admit it, but she's right. Seon's vision still makes the situation look really grim for Albie. Am I insane for thinking that we didn't actually see the object in Albie's hands?
We absolutely did not.
Okay. I doubt even the defense can dream up an explanation as to why the accused had his hands up over his head. Well, this defense tears the dream of making it out of this nightmare alive. You what?
You still insist on trying to tear down my insights, do you? You'd better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if we find you are just wagging it.
Of course I can back up my claim. Just as soon as I think of something.
You appear to be fully prepared, defense. As the embodiment of this court, I give you permission to try and prove your claim. As long as you're willing to stake your life on it.
I concur, your majesty. Prepare the tongue shears, chop chop.
Chop chop?
Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them.
Wait, I was already going to die of the death penalty. Why are we doing this? Hey, why are we doing this?
I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop chop.
Luca, please. Stop. I hear that lying lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure he won't miss one. Yikes. These people are actually serious. Rather attached to my tongue. Think, Phoenix, think. Other than to raise a weapon, why would Albie have held his hands up like that? Whatever was in... Ah, because he was... Oh! I was gonna say he's holding whatever the fuck is in his bag over his head, but no! Huh. So that's why. The reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in the crime photo. True. What explains why Albie had his head raised above his head? Hands raised above his head.
Take that!
Dagon.
Gun. Da gun.
As in the seance vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both of his hands over his head yesterday.
You did? Where did you see such a thing?
When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest.
Oh, are you saying...
The victim was a security guard, and an armed one at that. The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Albie. And that's why the defendant's hands were raised in the air.
Volkunka.
Oh, I was waiting for a splash. Who would have thought the seance vision could be interpreted that way?
This is not possible. It can't be.
Not bad for a total knockout.
How dare that lawyer devil go against her benevolence?
He's no better than that traitorous snake... Oh, thank you, Phoenix. Traitorous snake? Turk? Who's that?
No, I can't believe it.
My shitty daughter, yeah.
A contradiction in one of my insights. There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it.
That's right, your benevolence. And I won't accept it either. It goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him in jail immediately for, laissez... for... what?
Les Majesté.
Les Majesty. The hell is that?
It's I guess it would be Les Majesté. It's missing the accent grave in Les.
Right.
And the accent aigu in Majesté.
An offense...
it basically just means it's like insulting a king or a queen.
Yeah, an offensive defamation against the dignity of a ruling head of state. Traditionally a monarch. It's when the queen is gay. Okay, thank you, Luke. I appreciate that clarity. Or clarification. Damn, Wikipedia, catch up. What? Yeah, you said it! Throw him in jail!
Yes, make him pay for the way he disrespected her benevolence.
Ugh, these people are definitely not my fans right now. That's right, exterminate him!
Peace. Give me peace. I said peace. Now, everyone, please calm down.
Is he... Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney a suitable punishment.
No, I can't charge him with lèse majesté.
What?
What? But why not, Your Majesty?
He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that.
Huh. It's interesting we're playing this card very early on, that there is actually a lot of reason and stuff backed up by this. It's just they've relied on, basically, infallibility to dictate the course of these events so far. Which makes me think that there's ground here for the people to actually turn on Rafer. Because if they can be if the courts can be convinced that she is fallible, and like that kind of challenge, like we're planting the seed. We're not even planting seeds. There are cracks immediately in this foundation already, which makes me think that like the longer term story might actually be more that they then try and scapegoat her as the problem to preserve the state's power, as it were. But, Your Majesty, don't you want to wrap this trial up quickly? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sunk cost fallacy. I'm already way too into this. Why not just give your verdict? Then you can go home and make it up to your wife.
We can't end the trial now, not when we just learned new information about the case.
What?
Your Majesty, not you too.
Though it does raise a lot of questions in my head of like, well, why weren't you investigating this more if you were going to be lenient or entertain the idea that Rafer is fallible? But you know, well, I get.
You would honestly. Sorry, go on.
So, I can answer my own question with the thing I proposed earlier. It's just like, well, it benefits the state.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's the whole reason the DC Act was implemented, right? Like, there are lore reasons, but also, if the defense is beholden to whatever punishment the accused receives, the mere notion of I might have to put my life or my freedom on the line to defend someone becomes very unappealing.
Yeah, 100%. So you effectively outlaw defense attorneys. You have the prosecution have no one to contradict them, and then you put on top of that the infallibility of your effectively head of state. I don't know if she's actually the head of state or like a figurehead of some kind, but yeah, like it's stacked in multiple directions, and the good thing about that is if one of those starts to crumble for some reason, you can just take that out and emphasize the other two. Well, you know, defense attorneys are still pretty much outlawed, and what the state says, or what the judge decides is up to them, and if they're, you know, invested in the status quo at the moment, it's easier to cast Rafer off as a problem than it is to rethink society from the ground up.
Exactly.
Or challenge the power structure, rather. Sorry, I think I interrupted you doing this line.
Did I read this one already? Okay.
No.
You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction?
Truly, it is shocking. In the 20+ years since the DC Act went into effect, such a thing has never occurred.
You don't say.
To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either. But with his life on the line, the defense pointed out an inconsistency. And it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law.
It...
You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer?
Now that I think about it, the fact that it would entertain this is actually the veneer of fairness that's required too, right? Because transparently not doing what seems to be the case for a given case would be, I would hope, there's a lot riding on that hope there, but I would hope that the populace would see it for what it is. But the judge is leaning on the fact that, no, this court and law is still logical, which is the thing that would be wheeled out whenever something like this does this, of like, well, no, we are making the logical conclusion, even if you don't accept the infallibility, we are still seeing moments before that, we're getting insight on it, and the prosecution will make their argument, and that's all that needs to happen.
No, my faith is as strong as ever.
Oh my god, we're doing this in case 1. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this game does go places.
I mean, it would have to. The pace... I was really expecting this in, like, case 2 or 3 to start happening, not now. Jesus.
But I have a duty to make a fair ruling in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, your benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not.
What? I'll have you know.
Your benevolence. Please acquiesce in this, your benevolence.
If looks could kill.
I won't forget this offense, barbed head. I do not admit defeat. I won't.
Bailiff, please see her benevolence out.
Your Mitama will face due retribution in the Shadow Realm. The demons there they'll pluck the barbs right off your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super duper painful.
Yeah, that's a real good look, Rafer. Just shout at the fucking person who just pointed out that you're full of shit.
and I hope they throw you into a lake of burning fire. Yeah, and then
Can I see the gallery's reaction to this? I guess she's still a teenager after all. Jesus Christ, okay. Oh, you know, she's just the person that's making all the decisions, well, interpreting incredibly important evidence in court. Oh, how old is she? Well, she would need a legal guardian in any other country. Fucking...
Now then, defense. Mr. Light, was it?
That's right, Your Majesty. Phoenix Wright.
Of course. Mr. Wright, my apologies. Well, now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments.
God, I'm fascinated at the fact that this has actually gone so reasonably so quickly. And that shows some supreme confidence in whatever is to come, because, like, you could pick apart the situation that just unfolded for an entire game. At least in the current config that it had. But they're actually, like, that's a Mega Man reference, is it?
which line in particular?
Yeah.
Check the history real quick.
Dr. Light.
Oh, Dr. Light.
Oh, sure, yeah. But yeah, like, you could have had Rafer be and, you know, it would. I think there are still ways to make it interesting. This path is definitely a lot more interesting, but, like, you could have had Rafer slowly have her credibility chipped away until, like, at the very last case it actually does. But the fact that we've done this so very early on, like, because I could see a situation where Phoenix comes in and this mechanic's introduced and he points out contradictions and everyone's just like, oh, okay, well, that was a one-time thing. We're not going to just throw out Rafer like she could have lied about it. It's just, yeah, it's a pretty tricky lawyer using the history the lawyers have in this country. But no, they specifically point out that she is not, like, not only are they accepting of the fact that she could be fallible, but that the second that happens, her presence in this is, like, secondary. And the fact that they are willing to play that so fast, or at least, well, I don't know, because she hasn't been, like, completely dethroned or anything like that, but, like, this has been established at a lot more faster pace than I would have expected, which makes me excited for where this is going, because this feels, yeah, like, it feels like there's some very big confidence in this writing right now, because you don't just play that very quickly without a reason to do that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Oof. Okay. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Yes, but do not misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying to this court.
I understand, Your Majesty. Whew. Maybe now we can finally run a real trial. Arguments, Your Majesty. Very well, I accept your challenge. Huh? What's with him? Oh, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just... it's just too hilarious.
What's so funny, Mr. Payne?
The defense still doesn't get it. The truth he unearthed is going to bury him in his case instead. What do you mean by that, prosecutor? I told you, it's Chief Prosecutor. Yes, because that's the thing to focus on right now. Also, Chief Prosecutors don't usually prosecute trials themselves. The fact that you are actually doing... You know what? Never mind. The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, Your Majesty. Why would the victim, a security guard, point a gun at the accused?
Oh.
Oh, indeed. Because the accused was about to commit a theft. It's the only logical explanation. What? That does sound pretty logical, actually. It doesn't help the accused situation at all. If anything, it makes him look even more guilty.
Yes, I have to agree.
Allow me to spell out this truth the defense didn't bother to think through. Mr. Roll came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused, and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid the body in the treasure room.
Gnurk.
A hand truck for moving heavy treasure around is stored in the treasure room. Okay, that was going to be my next question. The accused could have easily moved the body with that. Hey, do we have that map of the area that we saw very briefly before? I don't think we do have that. I feel like we would have pointed that out in the yeah, we don't. Okay. After all that hard work to knock down those insights. Backed into that old familiar corner once more.
Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal?
Well, I said before that the wounds seem to be on the back of his head, so I don't know if that necessarily makes sense so far. Ugh, drawing a total blank here. I hope you're ready to climb that scaffold. I
asked you a question, defense.
I've got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for an objection. The only thing to do at this point is ask the defendant himself what happened. But I don't know if Albie will cooperate with me or not. Albie? Will you tell us what really happened? You don't have to say anything, accused. Fall for his evil trap and you'll only dirty your own soul. I don't know why it took me this long to actually realize this, but he's wearing a fucking crown.
Yeah.
Like, I was so taken by the literal flashy suit that I just... It didn't mentally process that this fucker is wearing a crown. Albie, you have to tell me the truth. I can't help you unless you do. Oh, sorry. I will say, though, the fact that the DC Act exists should give more grounds for the people being defended to trust in whoever is defending them. Because, like...
Yeah, and
Oh, sorry, go on.
I think it's just like the DC Act was obviously created in tandem with a pretty ruthless propaganda campaign, considering Albie, who hasn't even been alive for as long as the DC Act's been in existence, just
Yeah.
like instinctually hates lawyers.
Yeah, but like I like that would be the line that Phoenix uses, right? It's like, hey, like I am sharing your fate right now. Like,
Yeah.
regardless of what you think of me, I'm putting in my lot with you. If you are found guilty, I suffer the same fate. So I'm putting my faith in you that you are innocent. Please put your faith in me too. Just like only extra. Your brain just kind of went, yeah, of course he is. Yeah, no, exactly, Tuco.
Mr. Wright, I'm sorry.
Why? Why won't he trust me? Is this it? Is this the end? For both of us? Maya, I'm sorry.
I never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me that they're bad, bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me, would actually believe in me, would risk his life for me. I never would have even imagined it.
I'll be.
So, that's why I lied. To try and save myself. But I'm not gonna lie anymore. If you believe in me enough to put your life on the line, I'm gonna believe in you too.
There it is. What?
Allow me to explain.
Now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things.
To be honest, I went into the treasure room lots of times to look at that treasure box. Even though the temple told you you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it? Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me. But that box is so beautiful. The way it glows in the dark. I couldn't help myself.
I see. Wait, it glows in the dark?
That's right. It's covered in this special mineral called fluorinite that makes it glow. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's really a shame they don't put it on display for the public. Can you imagine how many people would go on night tours of the temple if they did?
If only you applied such passion to telling me the truth earlier. Glows in the dark, huh? Oh, thank you for this.
On the day of the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again.
And he was caught here on the stairs. And then someone came from, like, the storeroom or something to bash Roll over the head.
When I ran to Mr. Roll on the Great Stairs. So those were not the treasure room stairs in the seance vision? No, they were the Great Stairs that connect to the hallway.
Makes sense. The vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs. Thank you.
All of a sudden, Mr. Roll drew his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had a scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all.
Huh.
Just then, the power went out. So, I took that chance to hightail it out of there.
I ran for my life. Even now when I try to think back on it. All I can remember are the gun and the piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. That must have been when I dropped the notice scroll.
Which means someone else brought it to the treasure room along with Mr. Roll's body. Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? What is it, Albie?
I have no idea why, but he asked me a strange question. Did you steal it? He said.
What?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anyone would believe me.
A grand speech. One that confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
Fuck off, Payne. It's possible the victim simply misread the situation. No, the guards are infallible too, Mr. Wright. Where there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had good reason to be suspicious of the accused. Why does every new piece of information have to seem so incriminating?
Shadow? What do I do, Shadow?
And what better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? Like the little bounce that did. In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen. And then, just after that, he ran into the accused. I'll be your guide. Why would he walk back down into the storeroom, Payne? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
No, that's not what happened.
Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim can be none other than the accused. Oh, face imprint. Dog. What now? Awesome.
Hey, Shadow, down boy.
Well, what do we have here?
I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow.
You nearly gave me a heart attack.
So that's what was making his bag move. Can't you quiet that yappy mutt down?
Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake.
You can understand him? Don't tell me this is a surprise witness for the defense. Oh, Payne. Don't do that.
I beg your pardon? You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you?
And I'll do it again. Oh. Of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway.
Whew. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity for a second there.
Don't worry. If you stay around me for a game or two, I might wear down your I might wear down that resistance. Actually, wait, no, that happened in the first game, didn't it? Jesus.
Yeah.
I forget how early that was sometimes. I think I'd better reassess my strategy, and fast. I have to somehow show that somebody else could have struck the victim, or we're sunk. While it's true that the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, it doesn't mean somebody else couldn't have struck the victim at the time.
If you're going to go that far...
Then I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready.
And I think we'll see what that is after a break, because we're about due for one.
Sounds good.
Yeah. I'm liking this so far.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's neat. Like
lot-
the mystery is nothing mind blowing, but it's competently written.
And I think the major thing I'm impressed with is the groundwork it's clearly laying for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
Because that... Well, I guess Trials and Tribulations has done that, and it's been a common thing since then. But this is like doing the work of establishing an entire new country and its attitude towards the law. And it, whilst it is definitely expository to a large degree, like, I think it's still doing it in an intriguing way. Like, it's still throwing in enough gameplay and stuff like that to, in between those parts that doesn't feel too laborious. Alright. Really good start. Let's see if it continues. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. How long do we feel like we could go for?
Probably another hour.
Alright, that sounds good. Alright, let's get to it then. Where's the game? There it is. Exactly. I mean, who but the accused, standing front and center, could have done it? Unless you can back up your claim, it's nothing more than conjecture. Okay. Come on, Phoenix. I know I can think of something convincing. Where else could the victim have been struck from? Behind?
Take that!
With the defendant standing in front of the victim, isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind?
From behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility.
Good. Now at least I have some breathing room.
But who do you suppose it could have been?
Oh, the true culprit, naturally. The one who actually committed the theft and murder.
The true culprit, and I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that?
I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright. If we assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means... After going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. But then Mr. Roll appeared, making his rounds. I imagine the culprit then quickly hid in the storeroom at the other end of the hallway. You're grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Admit it, you have nothing but baseless conjecture. I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Albie, when you ran into Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area?
I don't know.
The puppy.
There might have been someone there, but I couldn't see.
He's... all one brain cell is going as fast as it can in that dog's head.
I was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of that hallway.
I see. Swing and a miss.
Oh! Shadow says that someone was there.
I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible. You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person, but that doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't have been there in the hallway. Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch, but I will enjoy watching you sink. What are you talking about? Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in that hallway at the time of the incident. Prove it. How can you continue to make that assertion? Because there was a witness. A very reliable... So what you're saying is there was a third person there? Your Honor, does that not just undo his statement? Do we need to argue with this?
Just wait till you see the context behind this eyewitness.
Okay, yeah. A very reliable eyewitness. What? Your Majesty, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand.
Well, an eyewitness to the stand. It's been decades since that's happened.
And unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved. That was a low blow. Fucking get him, Shadow.
Very well, I'll allow it. And now for something we've not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand.
Jesus.
Yeah, really. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Peace, love, and understanding's the name. I'm like Temple's head monk. Can you dig?
Fucking hell. Honestly, it's harder than ever for me to put together what the pun is just from the name now, because like, because of the like style of name. Like, it takes me a second to put it together, but because you, like, you know how they're pronounced, so you do it in one hit, and I'm like, oh, it, like, hits me every damn time.
It's really good.
Yeah. Like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, with other ones, like, you know, Windbag and stuff like that, it's a little bit more obvious, but this one, you're like, Peace, Lubben, Understanden. Peace, love, and understand. Oh. Very good. Head monk, huh?
Oh, if it isn't Instructor Understanding, you're the eyewitness?
Instructor? Not only is Mr. Understanding Temple's head monk, but he's also a renowned Damalan?
Damalan.
Damalan.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be Damalan.
Damalan expert.
It's an M. Night Damalan.
Yes, M. Night Damalan, correct. Sorry to have to. Is that the Sherlock Sholmes of this game? Sorry to have to ask, but what's a Damalan? Okay. All right.
they're just flexing now.
Yeah, exactly.
Check it out. Here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only. Groovy, right?
Oh, they did really write him like a hippie, make him look like Jesus.
Yeah.
But you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother.
I'm not gonna say these lines because they make the beeps in tune with it.
But this was the music that was playing during the performance.
Mm-hmm.
That's the song from the Dance of Sure is the dance from the song from the Dance of Devotion, isn't it, Phoenix? Oh my god, that's fucking Sorry. That's diabolical. Fucking playing the song that would usually play during a time of day right before you, like... Oh god. Fuck. That would be really good if that's part of this. Damn.
Right on, brother. The Song of Ceremony. Playing this tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here, you dig?
I'm not gonna lie, the face paint kind of also reminds me... and it's definitely not the same, but like the complexion and the beard with the face paint makes me think Kratos as well.
Yeah, like Kratos or Quan Chi from Mortal Kombat.
Yes, Quan Chi too, yeah. They're incredibly chill brother. Song of Ceremony, the song that was playing at the time of the murder.
Oh, Holy Mother. May the righteous sounds of my Damalan serve as my offering to you.
God of Snore.
God.
Wonderful. A great performance as always.
Fucking Phoenix is sitting here like, oh good, I'm about to implicate a person who is incredibly important to this culture again. Surely this won't happen a third time, and then the prosecutor walks in. Oh, come on!
This is my thing, you know? My bag. I make instruments speak, baby. By the by, Magistrate Potts. No Damalon class today.
Ah, there it is.
No, I'm afraid this trial has gone into overtime. Thanks to the lawyer over there.
Class the judge wanted to attend was a Damalon lesson?
Well, you know what they say, baby. Never trust the lawyer, man. But transgressors against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice.
Is... What am I thinking of? Because I don't know if a Damalon is a real thing, or if it's made up for this.
It's kind of like a sitar, like an Indian sitar.
Yeah, I was also thinking, and it doesn't have the shape, but I was also thinking shamisen as well. But that's
kind of see.
It's
a
a bit...
shamisen is. Yeah, it's kind of like a cross between a shamisen and a sitar. Because sitars are usually huge, like they're like big instruments you have to sit down while playing.
Right.
And shamisens are usually like smaller and lightweight. This has 4 strings, it looks like, whereas shamisens are always 3 strings.
Yep.
That's why like the first character of shamisen literally means 3. So it's kind of like a midway point between those two.
Yeah, a bit like how, say, a cello is in between a violin and a bass.
Exactly, yeah. Like it's got like the size of a sitar or of a shamisen rather, and the neck looks more like a shamisen, but the body and the way it's played are more like a sitar.
Yeah, because the body of a shamisen is much smaller, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, and usually square.
Yes. Yep. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understanding. As the treasure's keeper, you must have been shocked to learn it had been stolen.
Yeah, man, that was not cool.
Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understanding?
That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key. And I keep it on me at all times, can you dig?
That,
But the sneaky thief went and cracked open the sucker anyway. Total bummer, man.
It doesn't look particularly broken, but I guess you could still pick the lock. So that's the key to the treasure box, is it?
You know it, baby. It's called a Magatama key, and it's a historical artifact to boot. It's been passed down from head monk to head monk at Tempul Temple.
The Magatama key, huh? Sole key for opening the treasure box. Understanding keeps it on his person at all times.
And now someone's checked the treasure on my watch. It's a real buzzkill, man.
Alright, nothing else to examine there. No witness to the incident, head monk, musician. Yep.
How am I ever gonna face her holiness again? Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb.
Why do I always get the far out ones? Mr. Understanding, you witnessed the accused and the victim heading to the treasure room?
You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that tiny transgressor.
Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw?
Bring justice against the transgressor, man. Yes, of course, I'll do all I can. In the name of her holiness, I vow to sing. Naught but the truth I swear to bring. Hit me.
I love the song that plays during his testimony here, so I'm just gonna shut up for this whole thing.
Okay. What I saw, baby. After the morning dance of devotion. Oh, wow. Let's go back to my chamber. I got the notion.
And then if you wait, he plays like a filler track in between testimony scenes.
Oh, yeah. I can hear it now. Huh. It might just be stringed instruments. I need to look into it more, but there's something that's making this remind me of Hades soundtrack a little bit.
It is very similar to the song that plays during downtime in Hades. Like when you clear a room, it'll drop every instrument but like a mandolin. It sounds a lot like this.
Yeah. Don't you know my chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room? Hey. Any small footsteps, I can quite clearly hear if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Holly was the only one. Oh my god, they're altering the tune of the beeping as well.
Yeah, it's
God.
so good.
For the blackout, one other than Roll. Only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Wow. There's a lot of effort to sync all that up and do it that way. Especially finding...
right?
Especially finding, like... Because filler tracks for stuff like that are actually surprisingly hard to put together, because you do need to make it feel like it does bridge off of what is being played. Otherwise, it feels like a hard cut into a different track. And I think they
Exactly, yeah.
I think they managed to actually ride the line between, like, doing something that just sounds the same, but doesn't, like, dynamically lead into it, but still felt, like, seamless enough. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and you can tell that they were proud of that too, because the official soundtrack version not only does it have the beeps in it so that you can actually hear the quote unquote singing, but it like flawlessly mixes the filler part in with the actual like testimony.
Oh wow. God damn. Tell me I was just hallucinating just now.
Like, can you believe Mr. Roll bit the big one after that? Harsh, man.
I share your sentiments. You were the one who discovered the victim's body, weren't you, Mr. Understanding? What? You found the body as well? He really is a key witness, then.
That's right, brother. After the blackout, I went to reset the breaker and give power back to the people. The circuit box is near my chamber, so I'm always the man for the job, you feel me?
Near your chambers now, is it? Oh!
The breaker. Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Isn't that a convenient place for the breaker to be? The breakers are in the first floor hallway in front of the storeroom.
On the way, I got a whiff of something funky. Blood, man, really harshed my mellow. I knew something wasn't kosher, so I swung by the treasure room to see what's what. And I was like, whoa, man, them was poor Mr. Roll, dead as a doornail.
Definitely would place him in a good position to hit the lights and then smash Roll over the head. Question is, like, Yeah, was the song... Yeah, what was the source of the song, I wonder? Now I'm also remembering the stuff we saw in the inside, too, about, like, incense. I'm wondering if there's something to that as well. In the interval between the end of the Dance of Devotion and the blackout, the only ones who went to the scene of the crime were the victim and the accused, and the eyewitness. The eyewitness went to the scene of the crime pain. Come on. So you see, Mr. Understanding's unassailable account is what led to the accused's arrest. Hold it. Isn't it possible that the murder took place before the end of the Dance of Devotion? I'm afraid that's not possible. The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance. So the song is his cover. He was? Would you like some proof? How's this? A photo of that morning's Dance of Devotion taken by a tourist. Oh, that...
Why? What graceful dancing.
That is a decidedly more electric guitar-looking Dalaman.
Yeah.
I can almost hear the sound of Mr. Understanding's Damalan now.
Payne's right. There's Mr. Roll on duty. Hey, look who else is on duty. Just front and center. Never underestimate the incredible Payne. So in addition to Rafer's insights, he had backup evidence lined up too, huh? Wait, the picture just straight up spells that out for you too. Hey,
Yeah.
also, Roller's on guard duty in the audience.
As head monk, my monks in training are like my own kids. Like family. Can you dig it? I should have taught Albie better, man.
For her holiness, Holy Mother, oh Albie, confess your sins, my young brother.
Head monk understanding, I didn't kill Mr. Roll. So I don't have anything to confess to the Holy Mother. What? Bogus, little man. Your faith is weak, like a wet paper bag. Are you feeling me?
Spare the rod, God. Spoil the child, not maybe.
Her holiness is magnanimous, son. If you confess your guilt, she'll forgive you in the Twilight Realm.
Don't suppose she could forgive him in this realm first?
Defense, please begin your cross-examination.
Okay. After the morning dance of devotion, to go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way, on the temple's treasure room? Hey, hey. Any small footstep I can quite clearly hear if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than Roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. Okay, so first of all, pretty basic rhyme scheme, no inner rhymes. Like, man, what are you doing? Because I want to bring up the photo. But I don't know... After the morning dance of devotion, to go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Don't you know my chamber's on the way to the temple's treasure room? Any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear if anyone to the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than Roll, only Albie to the treasure room did stroll. But he got stopped at the stairs though, right? Alright, well maybe I have to press this.
Hold it!
I have a question.
Lay it on me, man. How dare you interrupt the performance of the great Peas Lebanon stand-in?
I was really enjoying that.
Sorry, but, you know, there's something about that name I can't put my finger on.
What's so funny about Peas Lebanon stand-in?
That's such a good reference. Like they named that character just so they could make that reference.
Yeah, really.
You had a question for me, brother?
You were playing something during the Dance of Devotion, weren't you?
You know it, baby. I was playing my beautiful girl right here, this Dumbledore.
Well, that's not true.
In offering to her holiness, I play the music and the singers sing the song of ceremony.
Mr. Understanding plays the best in the kingdom. It must please her holiness greatly. Now then, could you continue with your testimony, Mr. Understanding?
Is he not gonna...
The Holy Mother, I keep on trucking. This Dumbledore still needs some plucking.
I don't get to add that to the testimony, despite the fact that he very clearly just... Okay. But I
You're
don't
not
think...
supposed to notice that yet.
It's so obvious, though. Like, it's not even that it's just the same shape in a different color or different, like, markings. Like, it's just an electric guitar head. Oh, body. Okay. Don't you know my chamber's on the way? Okay. Could you please point out one more time where your chambers is located?
Yeah, man, no sweat. My chamber is on the way from the performance hall to the treasure room. So, oh, that's you.
So anyone going to the treasure room would have to pass by Understanding's chamber. Give peace, love, and a nudge. That's good. Fucking hell.
This character was just an outlet for every single music nerd on the like specifically folk music nerd on the Ace Attorney localization team to flex their their references.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold it!
Okay, any small step. Even from inside your chamber, you can still hear what's going on outside.
Tempule Temple is a groovy old building built from Mother Nature's finest. You can hear a pin drop through the wooden walls, you dig?
So you couldn't hear the song? In an old building like that, I guess the walls must be pretty thin. And that's how Mr. Understanding could know the culprit's movements. It's all thanks to the Holy Mother's divine protection.
Right on, my man. I dedicate this testimony to her holiness.
Hold it!
Albie was the only one. How could you tell it was Albie just from the sound of some footsteps?
Albie is practically family, man. The smooth groove of his shoes are easy to pick out.
Okay, that one at least had a little bit of rhyming to it. But how do you know he went to the treasure room? Didn't you think it was possible he went to the storeroom at the other end of the hall?
No way, man. I saw him with my own two eyes.
You saw him? In the treasure room, this you can believe. My peepers peeped the sneaky sneak, Albie.
Like this is such a good way to spice up like a pretty straightforward mystery. Like they literally showed us who did it, and it's still fun.
Yeah, yeah. And tell us where it is you stood when you saw the accused, if you would.
When I heard the footsteps, I looked out the window. From my window, I can see the window of the first floor hallway across the courtyard, you dig? And through that window, I saw Ulby walking into the treasure room.
Yes. Could you please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Understanding?
You got it, brother.
I'm very, very glad I composed a verse just for that line, or a line in my verse just for that. Oh no, he's using a different line. Through the window I did spy little Ulby with my own eye. Through the window, you say?
That's right, brother. There's a courtyard outside the window of my chamber. Across the courtyard, I can see the window of the hallway to the treasure room, and...
Judging from the diagram, I guess that's plausible.
A view of the courtyard from your chamber. How nice that must be. I bet it's beautiful this time of year, what with Kuraini's butterflies flitting about. You know it, Pops. I often look into the courtyard while playing my Damalon. It goes a little something like this.
Actually, let me go back to that statement. Something seems off here. We were talking before about how this really only gets seen by some people who are moving it about. Or, sorry, no. Well, no. The whole point of the whole butterfly thing is that barely anyone's seen the treasure box. And Understanding is claiming that he could just look into the treasure room from a window? That seems at odds if it's meant to, like, be kind of hidden. But it is just the way the room is laid out. Like, I don't have any evidence to suggest there isn't a window there, I think.
Yeah.
I might also be being taken for a ride right now. Because I'm not even 100% sure what this is meant to tell me. I'll press the rest of it and see if there's anything there.
Just if you're stuck, just go over your evidence again. You might have a eureka moment.
Yep. Wait, didn't we already do this?
Yeah.
Wait, so he put a statement before the statement I actually asked? Oh, okay. That was not the way I thought this was laid out, or going to be laid out. Also, we didn't pick it. I didn't say anything about it here, but Pain joining in. Fucking hell.
It's great.
It went back to Phoenix and he went, I already added that statement. And it just immediately fucking... That's good. Okay. Song about the Founder's Orb, sung during the dance. The devotion includes an English translation. I don't think that's gonna give me anything. Time of death is around noon. Head shows... Yeah, it doesn't tell me anything. It's not enough of the room here to actually, I think, gather anything. The murder weapon, it was forced open and its contents were stolen. Glows in the dark. Sure. Don't think there's anything odd about that. Notice from the day of the incident, the defendant's fingerprints were on it. Due to the growing number of thefts around the temple, we'll be tightening security throughout. Therefore, all the... Oh, there it is. Therefore, all the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's Dance of Devotion. So, if you could look
Urethra.
Thank you, Mina. I guess he was also saying that this was after the Dance of Devotion, so I feel like there's going to be a hole poked in it, but this seems to be the most the best route I can take at the moment. There's something off about that, Mr. Understanding.
My music is off? I'm sorry you feel that way, man. Maybe this vibe ain't topping the charts where you're from. What's your poison? Orchestra? Jazz? Soul?
Okay. That line is a specific reference to 2 Ace Attorney albums that released.
Oh, really? Damn.
One was Gyakuten Saibon Orchestra, which was just like orchestrated versions of pieces from the series, and one was Gyakuten Saibon Jazz Soul, which was like jazz versions of songs.
That's good.
Hence the very specific wording of that line.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Jazz Soul is a very specific phrasing.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing wrong with my ears, Witness, but something's not quite right with your eyes. Mr. Understanding, you've been lying to this court. Now, why would I lie? Got nothing to hide. Truth and truth alone is all I sing. Lying, y'all? Nah, lying ain't my thing. I contend otherwise. Do you recognize this object, Mr. Understanding?
It's a temple notice, man. What of it?
You undid your alibi with that, my guy. In this notice, the following instruction to the temple monks is written. All of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's Dance of Devotion.
What you talking about?
Shut up! Oh my god. I'm talking about the fact that from your chamber, you couldn't have seen anyone going into the treasure room through those shutters. That sounded off-key. That's good.
Yep.
Looks like you didn't get the memo.
No way. I don't believe it, man.
Oh my god, yeah, that's good. Like, that part's fine, but then the transition back is, like, messy as hell. Oh. If you don't believe it, why don't you read the notice for yourself?
Let's see. Something, will, something, for, something.
Is that your idea of reading?
I'm not so hot at reading Koreanese, man.
Is that right?
I usually get one of the other monks to read stuff for me, you know?
Oh my god, he didn't know. He just saw the notice, and it's written in Koreanese. So, like, he could... Oh my god, that's hilarious. Like, he didn't just make a mistake, he couldn't have known what was written on it. That's great.
Yep.
Doesn't that make your duties as head monk a little difficult?
Hey, cut me some slack, man. I only moved to this country 6 months ago.
What the fuck? That's quite recent, isn't it? You may have been here shorter than Pain, depending on the time frame we're talking here.
He was appointed head monk purely on the back of "can play Damalan really good."
Yeah, exactly. So, how did someone who's only been here 6 months become head monk of a temple? How little you understand. Bro, it's my first day.
Also, it's my birthday. I'm a little birthday boy.
Yeah. Religious faith can't be measured in months or years. I've only been an adherent of Koreanism for 3 months myself. Oh. The Holy Mother's teachings really spoke to me, prompting me to stay in this country. Was that before or after you learned about the legal system, Payne? yeah, thank you, Phoenix. Or was it the fact that there are no lawyers here that spoke to you? Hmm?
Mr. Payne, I know just how you feel, my man. Her Holiness's teachings spoke to me, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present Brother Dumb and Brother Dumber. Ah, yes, the Dumbass Brothers. Well, I know why Payne suddenly became a believer in Kurainism. But could Understanding have had an ulterior motive for becoming a believer too? Mr. Understanding, were you really in your chamber as you claim?
What? Hey, be chill, brother.
Weren't you instead somewhere else? Mr. Wright, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? According to Mr. Understanding's testimony, he saw Albie with his own eyes. Therefore, is it really nonsense to suggest he could have seen Albie from somewhere else? Well...
You have a theory, Defense. Do you know where Mr. Understanding was, if not in his chamber?
If he wasn't in his room, then... If Albie had gone down the hallway towards the treasure room, there are only a few places he could have seen Albie from. I do have a theory, Your Majesty. Let's say the witness really did see Albie going towards the treasure room. What then? The defense proposes that this is the only place he could have been to see Albie go down that hall. I'd say... So, specifically where, so it has to be within the hallway. In the storeroom you wouldn't be able to see it, so... I'm gonna say here.
There, but you just suggested earlier. That's where the true culprit might have been.
True, but no matter how you look at it, this is the only place Understanding could have been.
Mr. Foreign Lawyer, don't tell me. Are you accusing Mr. Understanding of being the true culprit in this case?
that fucking nervous smile he gave. Oh god, that's good. Yes, Your Majesty. I contend there's a strong possibility this witness is the murderer. Oh, come on! 2 in 1 case! There it is. How dare you be so disrespectful? First you criticize her benevolence's insights, now you accuse the head monk of murder? Well, if the shoe fits... This is the only place the witness could have been. If he was here, he would have struck... He could have struck the victim down from behind, and moved his body to the treasure room. That's nothing but groundless conjecture. And there's one more thing. Do you remember what was said in the opening argument?
The opening argument?
During that argument, it was suggested that Albie used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure. That's right. What of it? Well, why don't we try this twist on for size? The thief used his position as head monk of the temple to get a hold of the treasure. What?
What? You joshing me, man?
The key to the treasure box has been passed down from head monk to head monk. What better position to be in if you want to steal the treasure? You can't possibly be serious.
Does this mean you're claiming that Mr. Understanding's oath of faith is nothing but a lie designed to get him close to the treasure?
The witness hasn't been truthful in his testimony to the court. So clearly, he isn't above lying. Didn't you swear to the Holy Mother that naught but the truth would you bring? in light of that, I don't think it's unfair to call your faith into question. This is ridiculous. Are there no limits to what this lawyer will say? I mean, lie is such a strong word. Maybe it was just a mistake.
Enough with the nervous wreck routine, prosecutor. You're just embarrassing yourself, man.
Bro, what are you doing? What?
What was that, Mr. Understanding? Lawyer man, you really are the lowest of the low. You've gone and said something I can't forgive. You called my belief into question, my faith in the Holy Mother. And nobody gets away with that.
Oh my god.
And now the face paint's kiss face paint.
Yep.
What on earth? That music, it's making my ears bleed.
Where did those speakers come from? Are there even power outlets in this room?
This is the music of my soul.
Oh my god. Twilight Messenger, can't you tell? Take this lying lawyer straight to hell. I think you mean Twilight okay. Strip him with lies, running with Philistines. I'm gonna send that lawyer to the guillotines. And now for something completely different. Oh my god! What the fuck?
That plinkety-plunk music just wouldn't let me express my rage.
Your rage, huh? Isn't the real source of your anger having your lie exposed?
You just don't get it. If I lied, it's because you drove me to it. All sniffing around and suspicious and throwing out false accusations.
Sorry, but as a lawyer, I'm afraid that's my job.
Yeah, well, lawyers are crap.
You're a doo-doo head, Mr. Lawyer. Like...
Keep making noise and I'll have to use my partner here on you.
I'm the one making noise?
Hey, so you want to know the truth, huh? Think you can handle the truth, do you? Fine. Let's see you try. Feel the heat of my brutal death beat. Savage, right? Sweating bullets, ain't you? Screams of my soul are gonna make a mosh pit out of this peanut gallery.
Okay, so this is an incredibly technical detail on this kind of thing, but I find the use of music here really fascinating. But one thing we were talking about before was transitioning from like a filler beat to another, and actually one of the really cool one of the advantages of using like a really fast-paced solo is that you could hide an actual wait for a beat to finish before switching to the animation, and it would look like you wouldn't be able to notice it because the time between each note is so short that it would almost seem like it was actually just hard cutting, and it wouldn't sound like it.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh. This is really good. Oh, they're suddenly all into metal now? I was gonna say that felt like a bit of a well, you're not gonna be able to hear it over the mic, but boom boom boom, boom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it definitely was. Yeah.
Did he really just win the court over with that performance?
Yo, geezer, I got something to testify. Get ready for the howling of my soul. I call this chart topper soul screaming truth.
So we're coming up on about an hour after I asked before. Do we want to get to the cross-examination and stop for the night, or...?
That works for me, yeah. We've still got a decent chunk to go.
Okay, gotcha. Soul Screaming Truth. The slow fade into the UI, god. Priestess's dance had come to an end. To the music storeroom, my way I did went. Well, thank you for saying it was after the song, so the song existing is... Yeah. Death truth is what you dread. Hear me shred. My spot in front of the storeroom. I saw Albie creep to the treasure room.
Can't rhyme room with room.
I know, right? Honestly, look, sent and went is not that far off either. Like,
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, this is gonna be a really musical thing to just go on a tangent about, but like, I usually rock with like metal and stuff like that, right? Where lyricism is a lot more in the abstract and not really focused on like rhyming so much. You'll still see it, but that's not the emphasis generally. And suddenly getting into hip-hop last year, I grew a lot of appreciation for rhyme schemes, like, and stuff like that. And one of the things I've realized is, like, actually rhyming words that have the exact same end is actually, like, less impressive than bending other words to sound like other words. Or...
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, English has a lot of these, where, like, unusual spellings will sound the same as each other. So, in text, for example, they look cooler, or it wouldn't be as intuitive to rhyme. But yeah, yeah. So yes, the rhymes are pretty bad. But the best one that was written for him was that whole smooth groove, like that whole like 3 double O sounding inner rhyme on a line. The actual like lyrics he's been spouting are all it doesn't matter, but it's just one of those things that leaps out to me now that I have the perspective, because I definitely wouldn't have commented on it before. G-Spot rocks the G-Spot? Hello, Luca? And sweep back by the storeroom, can't be beat. And out went the power. Oh, yeah, just out of the blue, the power went off while I was standing right next to the breaker. Dick of the midnight, blacker than the blackest black, robbing all sight.
Yeah, baby, let that metal soul flow. What is this music? I've never heard anything like it. It's so fast, it's making my head spin.
It'll do that.
This is Damalon Metal!
Hey, yo, geezer, how are those ears ringing?
Also, like, I know this is an Ace Attorney game, but, like, oh, there's an episode where Gandhi becomes a musical sensation, and this one song is him just going G-Spot rocks the G-Spot, and Jesus fucking... JFK says to him, I like how you rhyme G-Spot with G-Spot.
I do remember that bit, yeah. God, it's been ages since I watched Clone High. I tried to show it to Walkesti, and there was like a really ableist joke in the first episode, and I was like, maybe I should leave this in the past.
Fair enough. I don't think I've seen it, actually, now that I think about it.
It has some extremely good, extremely funny moments. And then there's like the entire failed clones class, and it's just like, the most turn of the millennium jokes you've ever seen.
Ugh, fun. I don't.
Yeah, gotta love back when slurs were just comedy.
Yep. Love that. I don't know much about music, but I've got chills, and they're multiplied. Fucking hell. Fucking Grease reference in the middle of all of that.
That's why Phoenix is a show tunes guy. He's not used to this kind of music.
It's true, yeah, that tracks.
Hey, you scared, lawyer man? Run away, fast as you can.
What a wonderful rhythm. The perfect accompaniment for further deliberations. Now, Mr. Understandin', what did you go to the music storeroom for?
Hey, I want to put my Damelon away. She's my precious partner. I'll give her a good rest after playing it in the right.
But then why did you lie before? Shut up. Because. just stop it there. Because. End of sentence.
Because you'd send me to hell.
Huh?
We all know what lawyers in their lying, lawyerly ways. Am I right, people? If I admitted I went to the storeroom, he'd have drummed up a false charge on me. I didn't want to get sent to hell. What do you say?
That so would have happened.
Now I see why the Defense Culpability Act was passed. You feel me, Kurain?
God.
Yeah, you said it.
Is it too much to ask for a low-key trial? Oh, Phoenix. No.
Now, are you punks ready to rock or what?
This man introduced metal to this region for the first time and they're instantly all into it. That's crazy.
I can't hear you. I said, you ready to teach this lying lawyer how we do things around here? Alright, then I'm gonna lay it on you one more time. The screaming truth of my soul.
Alright. That's enough out of you, Mr. Peace-loving understanding. Fucking hell. Yes, you do. Let me just save my progress. Awesome. Well, can't we just go on a normal field trip with Mr. Nick? No way. Yeah. Except it's a whole bunch of tired 20-somethings. Oh, that's starting good. That's starting off good.
Unfortunately, we'll have to take another week off because I am going to be at a convention next weekend.
Yes, that is true.
But we will be back the week after that with the thrilling conclusion to this musical case.
I've got to wait 2 weeks. No.
I mean, hey, if you want to fake sick so we can do it on a work day.
No, I can't do that. Again, I've become important at work, but B, actually, there are new people starting, so I need to be there. Not throwing them out to the wolves just to play video games. Oh man. Ah, shit. Yeah, this has got me really interested now. Like both the character writing and the foundational work being done, like, is definitely got me very, very intrigued about where this is gonna go. And yeah, the case of the moment is very open and shut because, you know, it's a trial case. Or it's the first case. Almost universally is. But yeah, like you said, it reminds me a bit of the LaBelle case, where, like, just straight up fucking showed you who did it, and it kept it very entertaining along the way. Oh man, yeah. Fuck, I'm gonna have to think about what I do next weekend instead then. But yeah, that's what we'll be leaving it for today. We won't be having Ace Attorney next weekend. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm going to be finishing off some stuff in 16 to kind of set up for doing New Game Plus by myself if I want to. And also just get the last couple of things in the game. That's basically going to be me going back and killing the last boss. And maybe we'll do some labbing after that. I can see me doing some labbing after that. And then maybe even take a shot at that, like, Bloody Palace kind of thing. Seems a bit shorter than Bloody Palace, obviously, but yeah. And then it'll be a new week. I'm pretty busy during the week. And I'm going into the office a lot more, again, because of stuff going on. So, I am at least going to get one stream of, Tactical Breach Wizards in, because that game has me bloody hooked. I didn't expect the tactics game to both tackle geopolitics in an interesting way, and then also have characters that I really, really, really like, but I continue to be...
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, go on.
I saw the Paladin that you posted, and she's amazing.
She rocks. Yeah, big woman. Like, yeah, back to back, they had, I mean, they call her a necromantic, but technically she, like, she does time bullshit, but, like, jaded goth woman, skinny as a rail, and, like, I would imagine having a smoker's voice, but, like, just, like, disaffected by everything, but, like, got, like, crossed by another character, and is like, well, that's my fucking purpose for the rest of this game, is to see them dead. Yeah, and then there was just... Like, unironically, you know that thing I did with, Kristoff, where I was just like, yep, that's a character inspo now? I was just like,
Yep.
This is literally a D&D character I wanted to make. So, almost exactly down to, like, the anti-fascist shit, the scrap together, like, equipment and all that. Oh, she's so fun, too, and, like, sorry, I'm not gonna, go about on this too long, but, like, her main thing is that she has a charge attack that knocks back enemies an equal amount to the amount they moved. And the whole game is kind of around defenestration and shit like that. And knocking people into things does damage to them. So, like, there are a couple of setups at the moment where it's just like, alright, you're across the other side of the room. I move her all the way through, and then she runs like a freight train and deals like 12 damage to enemies when their max health is like 6 tops. It's fucking crazy. That game is so good. As also very on the nose with its geopolitical commentary, if anyone wants to take a look at that. Yeah, anti-fascist street paladin might have given you a hint as to maybe what's going on, but yeah. So yeah, gonna be playing that during the week. I don't know what I'm gonna be picking up next weekend. Again, I've had the broad goal of, like, I want to play more stuff that I want to play with people on the weekends. Monster Hunter's a really good one, a really easy one for that, so that might be one of the things. I don't know what else I want to play, though. It might be 2 days of Monster Hunter. I'll have to think about it. Because I don't really want to start up a thing I'm going to do during the week, because it's a bit weird. I want to try and keep things locked to their relative times in the day. But yeah, that'll be about it. Is anyone streaming? I should really get in the habit of checking this when I'm actually, like, talking, rather than just staring at the camera and then going, okay, let me spend another 2 minutes looking at if people are online or not. Spoilers, and that's about it. Fucking hell. That's fine. I think we'll just leave it there then. Yeah, alright. So, thank you very much for watching Live on the VODs. I really appreciate it. Hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.
Thanks, everyone.